areas. One is the Social Security Administration, or trust fund, is projected to be insolvent by the year 2036. And we funded the trust fund with IOUs in the form of treasury bonds. The Pension Guarantee Fund, which backs up our private retirement plans for retirees, is projected to be bankrupt by the year 2026, not to mention the cutbacks by private companies. And Medicare is projected to be bankrupt maybe as soon as 1997. And I would like from each of you a specific response as to what you intend to do for retirees relative to these issues, not generalities but specifics, because I think they're very disturbing issues.
President Bush, may we start with you?
Well, the Social Security, you're an expert, and I could, I'm sure, learn from you the details of the Pension Guarantee Fund and the Social Security Fund. The Social Security system was fixed about 5 years, and I think it's projected out to be sound beyond that. So at least we have time to work with it. But on all of these things, a sound economy is the only way to get it going. Growth in the economy is going to add to the overall prosperity and wealth. I can't give you a specific answer on Pension Guarantee Fund. All I know is that we have firm government credit to guarantee the pensions, and that is very important. But it's the full faith and credit of the United States in spite of our difficulties is still pretty good. It's still the most respected credit. So I would simply say, as these dates get close, you're going to have to reorganize and refix, as we did with the Social Security Fund. And I think that's the only answer. But the more immediate answer is to do what this lady was suggesting we do, and that is to get this deficit down and get on without adding to the woes and then restructure. One thing I've called for that has been stymied, and I'll keep on working for it, is a whole financial reform legislation. It is absolutely essential in terms of bringing our banking system and credit system into the new age instead of having it living back in the dark ages. And it's a big fight, and I don't want to give my friend Ross another shot at me here, but I am fighting with the Congress to get this through. And you can't just go up and say, I'm going to fix it. You got some pretty strong, well guys up there that argue with you. But that's what the election's about. I agree with the governor. That's what the election is about. And sound fiscal policy is the best answer, I think, to all the three problems you mentioned.
Thank you. Mr. Perot?
Just on the broad issue here, when you're trying to solve a problem, you get the best plans. You have a raging debate about those plans. Then, out of that debate with leadership comes consensus. Then, and if the plans are huge and complex like health care, I would urge you to implement pilot programs. Like the old carpenter says, measure twice, cut once. You know, let's make sure this thing's as good as we all think it is at the end of the meeting. Then finally, our government passes laws and freezes the plan in concrete. Anybody that's ever built a successful business will tell you, you optimize, optimize, optimize after you put something into effect. The reason Medicare and Medicaid are a mess is we froze them. Everybody knows how to fix them. There are people all over the federal government, if they could just touch it with a screwdriver, could fix it. Now back over here. See, we've got a $4 trillion debt, and only in America would you have $2.8 trillion of it, or 70% of it, financed 5 years or less. Now that's another thing for you to think about when you go home tonight. You don't finance long-term debt with short-term money. Why did our government do it? To get the interest rates down. A 1% increase in interest rates in that $2.8 trillion is $28 billion a year. Now, when you look at what Germany pays for money and what we don't pay for money, you realize there's quite a spread, right? And you realize this is a temporary thing, and there's going to be another sucking sound that runs our deficit through the roof. You know, and everybody's ducking it, so I'm going to say it, that we are not letting that surplus stay in the bank. We are not investing that surplus like a pension fund. We are spending that surplus to make the deficit look smaller to you than it really is. Now that puts you in jail in corporate America if you kept books that way, but in government it's just kind of the way things are. That's because it comes at you, not from you. Now then, that money needs to be, they don't even pay interest on it. They just write a note for the interest.
Mr. Perot, can you wrap it up?
But the point, see, do you want to fix the problem or soundbite it? I understand the importance of time, but see, here's how we get to this mess we're in. This is just one of 1,000. Fair. Now then, to nail it, there's one way out. A growing, expanding job base. A growing, expanding job base to generate the funds and the tax revenues to pay off the mess and rebuild America. We got a double hit. If we're $4 trillion down, We should have everything perfect, but we don't. We got to pay it off and build money to renew it, spend money to renew it, and that's going to take a growing, expanding job base. That is priority one in this country. Put everybody that's breathing to work. And I'd love to be out of workers and have to import them like some of our international
Mr. Perot,
competitors.
I'm sorry, I'm going
Sorry.
to... And I don't want to soundbite you, but we are trying to be fair to everyone.
No, absolutely, I apologize.
All right, Governor Clinton.
I think I remember the question. Let me say, first of all, I want to answer your specific question, but first of all, we all agree that there should be a growing economy. What you have to decide is who's got the best economic plan. And we all have ideas out there, and Mr. Bush has a record. So I don't want you to read my lips, and I sure don't want you to read his. I do hope you will read our plans. Now, specifically, one, on Medicare, it is not true that everyone knows how to fix it. There are different ideas. The Bush plan, the Perot plan, the Clinton, we have different ideas. I am convinced, having studied health care for a year hard and talking to hundreds and hundreds of people all across America, that you cannot control the cost of Medicare until you control the cost of private health care and public health care with managed competition, ceiling on cost, and radical reorganization of the insurance markets. You've got to do that. We've got to get those costs down. Number two, with regard to Social Security, that program, a lot of you may not know this, it produces a $70 billion surplus a year. Social Security is in surplus, $70 billion. 6 increases in the payroll tax. That means people with incomes of $51,000 a year or less pay a disproportionately high share of the federal tax burden, which is why I want some middle class tax relief. What do we have to do? By the time the century turns, we have got to have our deficit under control. We have to work out of so that surplus is building up so when the baby boomers like me retire, we're okay. Number three, on the pension funds, I don't know as much about it, but I will say this. What I would do is to bring in the pension experts of the country, take a look at it, and strengthen the pension requirements further, because it's not just enough to have the guarantee. We had a guarantee on the S&Ls, right? We had a guarantee, and what happened? You picked up a $500 billion bill because of the dumb way the federal government deregulated it. So I think we are going to have to change and strengthen the pension requirements on private retirement plans.
Thank you. I think we have a question here on international affairs, hopefully.
We've come to a position where we're in a new world order, and I'd like to know what the candidates feel our position is in this new world order and what our responsibilities are as a superpower.
Mr. President?
Well, we have come to that position. Since I became president, 43, 44 countries have gone democratic. No longer totalitarian, no longer living under dictatorship or communist rule. This is exciting. This is New World Order to me means freedom and democracy. I think we will have a continuing responsibility as the only remaining superpower to stay involved. If we pull back in some isolation and say we don't have to do our share or more than our share anymore, I believe you're going to just ask for conflagration that we'll get involved in the future. NATO, for example, has kept the peace for many, many years, and I want to see us keep fully staffed in NATO, so we'll continue to guarantee the peace in Europe. But the exciting thing is the fear of nuclear war is down, and you hear all the bad stuff that's happened on my watch. I hope people will recognize that this is something pretty good for mankind. I hope they'll think it's good that democracy and freedom is on the move. And we're going to stay engaged, as long as I'm president, working to improve things. You know, it's so easy now to say, hey, cut out foreign aid, we got a problem at home. I think the United States has to still have the Statue of Liberty as a symbol of caring for others. We're right this very minute, we're sending supplies in to help these little starving kids in Somalia. We're trying to it's the United States that's taken the lead in humanitarian aid into Bosnia. We're doing this all around the world. And yes, we got problems at home. And I think I got a good plan to help fix those problems at home. But because of our leadership, because we didn't listen to the nuclear freeze group, do you remember? Freeze it back in about the late 70s. Freeze, don't touch it. We're going to lock it in now or else we'll have war. President Reagan said, no, peace through strength. It worked. The Soviet Union is no more, and now we're working to help them become totally democratic through the Freedom Support Act that I led on. A great Democratic ambassador, Bob Strauss over there, Jim Baker, all of us got this thing passed through cooperation, Ross. It worked with cooperation, and you're for that, I'm sure, helping Russia become democratic. So the New World Order to me means freedom and democracy. Keep engaged. Do not pull back into isolation. And we are the United States, and we have a responsibility to lead and to guarantee the security. If it hadn't been for us, Saddam Hussein would be sitting on top of 3/5 of the oil supply of the world, and he'd have nuclear weapons. And only the United States could do that. Excuse me, Carol.
Thank you. Mr. Perot.
Well, it's cost-effective to help Russia succeed in its revolution. It's pennies on the dollar compared to going back to the Cold War. Russia's still very unstable. They could go back to square one and worse. They're still, all the nuclear weapons are not dismantled. I'm particularly concerned about the intercontinental weapons, the ones that can hit us. We've got agreements, but they're still there. With all this instability and breaking into republics, and all the Middle Eastern countries going over there and shopping for weapons, we've got our work cut out for us. So we need to stay right on top of that and constructively help them move toward democracy and capitalism. We have to have money to do that. We have to have our people at work. See, for 45 years we were preoccupied with the Red Army. I suggest now that our #1 preoccupation is red ink in our country. And we've got to put our people back to work so that we can afford to do these things we want to do in Russia. We cannot be the policeman for the world any longer. We spend $300 billion a year defending the world. Germany and Japan spend around $30 billion apiece. It's neat. If I can get you to defend me and I can spend all my money building industry, that's a home run for me. Coming out of World War II, it made sense. Now, the other superpowers need to do their part. I'll close on this point. You can't be a superpower unless you're an economic superpower. If we're not an economic superpower, we're used to be, and we will no longer be a force for good throughout the world. And if nothing else gets you excited about rebuilding our industrial base, maybe that will, because it's job one, is to put our people back to work.
Governor Clinton, the president mentioned Saddam Hussein. You're vice president, and you have had some words about the president and Saddam Hussein. Would you care to comment?
I'd rather answer her question first,
Okay.
and I'll be glad to, because the question you ask is important. The end of the Cold War brings an incredible opportunity for change. Winds of freedom blowing around the world, Russia demilitarizing. And it also requires us to maintain some continuity, some bipartisan American commitment to certain principles. And I would just say there are three things that I would like to say. Number one, we do have to maintain the world's strongest defense. We may differ about what the elements of that are. I think the defense needs to be with fewer people in permanent armed services, but with greater mobility on the land, in the air, and on the sea, with a real dedication to continuing development of high technology weaponry and well-trained people. I think we're going to have to work to stop the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We've got to keep going until all those nuclear weapons in Russia are gone and the other republics. Number two, if you don't rebuild the economic strength of this country at home, we won't be a superpower. We can't have any more instances like what happened when Mr. Bush went to Japan and the Japanese Prime Minister said he felt sympathy for our country. We have to be the strongest economic power in the world. That's what got me into this race, so we could rebuild the American economy. And number three, we need to be a force for freedom and democracy, and we need to use our unique position to support freedom, whether it's in Haiti, or in China, or in any other place, wherever the seeds of freedom are sprouting. We can't impose it, but we need to nourish it. And that's the kind of thing that I would do as president, follow those three commitments into the future.
Okay, we have a question up there.
Yes, we've talked a lot tonight about creating jobs, but we have an awful lot of high school graduates who don't know how to read a ruler, who cannot fill out an application for a job. How can we create high-paying jobs with the education system we have? And what would you do to change it? Thank you.
Who would like to begin? The education president?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'd be delighted to, because you can't do it the old way. You can't do it with the school bureaucracy controlling everything, and that's why we have a new program that I hope people have heard about. It's being worked now in 1,700 communities. Bypass Congress on this one, Ross. 1,700 communities across the country. It's called America 2000. And it literally says to the communities, reinvent the schools, not just the bricks and mortar, but the curriculum and everything else. Think anew. We have a concept called the New American School Corporation, where we're doing exactly that. And so I believe that we got to get the power in the hands of the teachers, not the teachers' union. What's happening up there? And so our America 2000 program also says this. It says, let's give parents the choice of a public, private, or public school. Public, private, or religious school. And it works. It works in Milwaukee. Democratic woman up there taking the lead in this, the mayor up there on the program, and the schools that are not chosen are improved. Competition does that. So we've got to innovate through school choice. We've got to innovate through this America 2000 program. But she is absolutely right. The programs that we've been trying where you control everything and mandate it from Washington don't work. The governors, and I believe Governor Clinton was in on this, but maybe I don't want to.
Am I a kitty? Meow.
They come to me and they say, please get the Congress to stop passing so many mandates telling us how to control things. We know better how to do it in California or Texas or wherever it is. So this is what our program is all about, and I believe you're right on to something, that if we don't change the education, we're not going to be able to compete. Federal funding for education is up substantially. Pell Grants are up, but it isn't going to get the job done if we don't change K through 12.
Governor Clinton?
First of all, let me say that I've spent more of my time and life on this in the last 12 years than any other issue.
Howdy doody.
70% of my state's money goes to public schools. And I was really honored when Time Magazine said that our schools had shown more improvement than any other state in the country except one other. They named 2 states showing real strides forward in the 80s. So I care a lot about this, and I spent countless hours in schools. But let me start with what you said. I agree with some of what Mr. Bush said, but it's nowhere near enough. We live in a world where what you earn depends on what you can learn, where the average 18-year-old will change jobs 8 times in a lifetime, and where none of us can promise any of you that what you now do for a living is absolutely safe from now on. Nobody running can promise that. There's too much change in the world. So what should we do? Let me reel some things off real quick, because you said you wanted specifics.
Dude.
Number one, under my program,
This was 30 years ago, and it could be today. It could be
in the next
today.
5 years and give everybody with a job the chance to get a high school diploma.
This is awesome that they're playing
On the
this.
job. Number two, we would provide 2-year apprenticeship programs to high school graduates who don't go to college, and community colleges are on the job. Number three, we'd open the doors to college education to high school graduates without regard to income. They could borrow the money and pay it back as a percentage of their income over the couple of years of service to our nation here at home.
12.
Number four, we would fully fund the Head Start program to get little kids off to a good start. And 5, I would have an aggressive program of school
Looking back on
reform.
it now, he looks so
More
much
choices.
younger.
I favor public schools or these new charter schools. We can talk about that if you want. I don't think we should spend tax money on private schools,
Just
but I favor
away.
public school choice, and I favor radical decentralization and giving more power to better trained principals and teachers with parent councils to control their schools. Those things would revolutionize American education and take us to the top economically.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. The question is, what is it going to cost? What is it going to cost?
In 6 years, I budget all this in my budget. In 6 years, the college program would cost $8 billion, over and above what the present student loan program costs $4 billion. You pay $3 billion for busted loans because we don't have an automatic recovery system, and $1 billion in bank fees. So the net cost would be $8 billion 6 years from now in a $1 trillion+ budget, not very much. The other stuff, all the other stuff I mentioned, costs much less than that. The Head Start program full funding would cost about $5 billion more. And it's all covered in my budget.
Did he ever fix it
The
when he
plans
was
that I laid
president?
out, from raising taxes on families with incomes above $200,000 and asking foreign corporations to pay the same tax that American corporations do on the same income, from $140 billion in budget cuts, including what I think are very prudent cuts in the defense budget.
Thank you. Mr. Perot, you on education, please.
Yes, I've got scars to show for being around education reform. And the first word you need to say in every city and state, and just draw a line in the sand, is public schools exist for the benefit of the children. You're going to see a lot of people fall over. Because anytime you're spending $199 billion a year, somebody's getting it. And the children get lost in the process. So that's step one. Keep in mind, in 1960, when our schools were the envy of the world, we were spending $16 billion on them. Now we spend more than any other nation in the world.
Interesting.
$199 billion a year and rank at the bottom of the industrialized world in terms of education achievement. One more time, you brought a front row box seat and got a third-rate performance.
Why is that?
It's a government that's not serving you. By and large, it should be local. The more local, the better. Interesting phenomenon. Small towns have good schools, big cities have terrible schools.
That's a good
point. The best people in a small town will serve on the school board. You get into big cities, it's political patronage, stepping stones. You get the job, give your relatives the janitor's jobs at $57,000 a year, more than the teachers make, and with luck they clean the cafeteria once a week. Now, you're paying for that. Those schools belong to you. And we put up with that. And as long as you put up with that, that's what you're going to get. And these folks are just dividing up $199 billion and the children get lost. If I could wish for one thing for great public schools, it'd be a strong family unit in every home. Nothing will ever replace that. You say, well, gee, what are you going to do about that? Well, the White House is a bully pulpit, and I think we ought to be pounding on the table every day. There's nothing, the most efficient unit of government the world will ever know is a strong, loving family unit. Next thing.
America was founded on it.
Small schools, not big schools. A little school, everybody's somebody. Individualism is very important. These big factories, everybody told me they were cost effective. I did a study on it. They're cost ineffective. 5,000 students. Why is a high school that big? One reason. Sooner or later, we get 11 more boys that can run like the devil, that weigh 250 pounds, and they might win district. Now, that has nothing to do with learning. Secondly, across Texas,
so fucking true, dude.
Half the school
Dude, he was a genius.
Was non-academic pursuits. In one place, it was 35%. In Texas, you could have unlimited absences to go to livestock shows. Found a boy, excuse me, but this gives the flavor. Boy in Houston kept a chicken in the bathtub in downtown Houston. Missed 65 days going to livestock shows. Finally had to come back to school. The chicken lost his feathers. That's the only way we got him back. Now, that's your tax money being wasted. Now, neighborhood schools. It is terrible to bus tiny little children across town. And it is particularly terrible to take poor, tiny little children and wait until the first grade and bus them across town to Mars, where the children know their numbers, know their letters, have had every advantage. At the end of the first day, that little child wants out. I'll close on this. You've got to have world-class teachers, world-class books. If you ever got close to how textbooks were selected, you wouldn't want to go back the second day. I don't have time to tell you the stories.
No, you don't.
Finally. But if we don't fix this, you're right, we can't have the industries of tomorrow unless we have the best educated workforce. And here you've got, for the disadvantaged children, you've got to have early childhood development, cheapest money you'll ever spend. First contact should be with the mother when she's pregnant. That little child needs to be loved and hugged and nurtured and made to feel special, like your children were. They learn to think well or poorly of themselves in the first 18 months.
Thank you, Mr.
And within the first few years, they either learn how to learn or don't learn how to learn. And if they don't, they wind up in prison. And it costs more to keep them in prison than it does to send them to Harvard. I rest my case.
Thank you. President Bush, you wanted to add something.
I just had a word of clarification.
It's interesting how they let him.
Clinton said.
They just let him go on and on.
My school choice program, GI Bill for Kids, does not take public money and give it to private schools. It does what the GI Bill itself did when I came out of World War II. It takes public money and gives it to families or individuals to choose the school they want. And where it's been done, those schools like in Rochester, those schools that weren't chosen, find that they then compete and do better. So I think it's worth a shot. We've got a pilot program. It ought to be tried. School choice, public, private, or religious, not to the schools, but to, 46% of the teachers in Chicago, public school teachers, send their kids to private school. Now, I think we ought to try to help families and see if it will do what I think, make all schools better.
I just want to mention, if I
why? Because so many kids would be taken out of public school, going to private school. They would have
involving the parents,
the numbers,
in the preschool education of their kids, even if they're poor and uneducated, can make a huge difference. We have a big program in my state that teaches mothers or fathers to teach their kids to get ready for school. It's the most successful thing we've ever done. Just a fact clarification real quickly. We do not spend a higher percentage of our income on public education than every other country. There are 9 countries that spend more than we do on public education. education.
Who are they?
We spend more on education because we spend so much more on colleges. But if you look at public education alone, and you take
That's
into
why we're trying
account
to
the fact
bail
that
them
we have
out
more
now,
racial
probably.
diversity and more
Fucking
poverty,
stupid colleges.
it makes a big difference. There are great public schools where there's public school choice, accountability, and brilliant principals. I'll just mention one, the Beasley Academic Center in Chicago. I commend it to anybody. It's as good as any private school in the country.
We have very little time left, and it occurs to me that we have talked all this time, and there has not been one question about some of the racial tensions and ethnic tensions in America.
Oh, Rodney King, it just happened.
That would like
Was
to pose a question to the
OJ?
candidates
No,
on
OJ didn't
this?
happen yet, had it?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. But Rodney King might have been 92.
What I'd like to know, and this is to any of the three of you, is aside from the recent accomplishments of your party, aside from those accomplishments in racial representation, and
yeah,
outside
March
any of
3rd,
your current
91.
appointments or successful elections, when do you estimate your party will both nominate and elect an Afro-American and female ticket to the presidency of the United States?
Governor Clinton, why don't you answer that first?
Why was that a
Well,
question?
I don't have any idea, but I hope it will happen sometime in my lifetime.
I do too.
I believe that this country is electing more and more African Americans and Latinos and Asian Americans.
It's not
who
one
are
in the
representing
audience,
districts
though.
that are
Okay, there was
themselves not
one.
necessarily
There was one.
of a majority of their race. The American people are beginning to vote
So I wanna hear it.
African Americans and Latinos and Asian Americans who are representing districts that are themselves not necessarily of a majority of their race. The American people are beginning to vote across racial lines, and I hope it will happen more and more. More and more women are being elected. Look at all these women Senate candidates we have here. And, you know, according to my mother, my wife, and my daughter, this world would be a lot better place if women were running it most of the time. And I do think there are special experiences and judgments and backgrounds and understandings that women bring to this process, by the way. This lady said here, how have you been affected by the economy? I mean, women know what it's like to be paid an unequal amount for equal work. They know what it's like not to have flexible working hours. They know what it's like not to have family leave or child care. So I think it would be a good thing for America if it happened, and I think it will happen in my lifetime.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have just a little bit time left. Let's try to get responses from each of them. President Bush or
I think
Mr.
if Barbara
Burrow?
Bush were running this year, she'd be elected. But it's too late. You don't want us to mention appointees, but when you see the quality of people in our administration, see how Colin Powell performed, I say administration, he's in. You weren't impressed with the fact that he...
Excuse me, I'm extremely
Yeah, but
impressed
wouldn't
with
that suggest to the American people then, here's a quality person, if he decided that he could automatically get the nomination of either party? Or, huh?
I'm totally impressed with that. I just want to know is when's your guess
Oh, I see.
when?
You mean time?
Yeah.
I don't know. Starting after 4 years. No, I think you'll see
Mr.
more. I
Perot?
think you'll see more minority
We
candidates
have-
and women candidates coming forward. This
Thank
is supposed to be the women's year of the women in the Senate. Let's see how they do. I hope
Mr.
a lot of
Perot, I don't
them
want to cut you off
Was
anymore, but we
it?
only have a minute left.
I have a fearless forecast. Unless he just won't do it, Colin Powell will be on somebody's ticket 4 years from now, right?
Was that when Pelosi
You
joined?
wanted to- that's it,
No,
4
man,
years.
she joined in
How
the
about a woman?
20s,
Now, if he
probably.
won't be, General Waller would be a concern. Yeah, you say, why do you keep picking military people? These are people that I just happen to know and have a high regard for. I'm sure there are hundreds of others.
How about Dr. Lou Sullivan?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good man.
What about a woman?
Oh, shit!
My candidate's right there.
Look at them.
I can think of many.
That was almost
Absolutely.
foreshadowing.
All right, how about Sandra Day O'Connor as
Good.
an example? Dr. Bernadine Healy.
Good.
National Institute of Health. All right, I'll yield the floor.
Good
Name some more.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to apologize to our audience because there were 209 people here and there were 209 questions. We only got to a fraction
wow.
of them, and I'm sorry to
Everybody
those of you
got to
that
ask the
didn't get to
question, but
ask
they
your
didn't.
questions, but we must move to the conclusion of the program. It is time now for the two closing statements, and by prior agreement, President Bush will go first.
May I ask for an exception because I think we owe Carol Simpson. Anybody can stand in between these three characters here and get the job done. We owe her a round of applause.
And by prior agreement, President Bush
they had
will
a commercial
go first.
break.
May I ask for an exception because I think we owe Carol Simpson. Anybody can stand in between these three characters here and get the job done. We owe her a round of applause. But don't take it out of my time.
That's right.
I feel strongly about it, but I don't want it to come out of my time.
Dude, those cameras are like
No, but let me just
bazookas.
say to the American people, in 2.5 weeks, we're going to
90s,
choose
bro.
who should sit in this Oval Office, who to lead the economic recovery, who to be the leader of the free world. Who to get the deficit down? 3 ways to do that. One is to raise taxes. One is to reduce spending, controlling that mandatory spending. Another one is to invest and save and to stimulate growth. I do not want to raise taxes. I differ with the two here on that. I'm just not going to do that. I do believe that we need to control mandatory spending. I think we need to invest and save more. I believe that we need to educate better and retrain better. I believe that we need to export more, so I'll keep working for export agreements where we can sell more abroad. And I believe that we must strengthen the family. We've got to strengthen the family. Now let me pose this question to America. If in the next 5 minutes a television announcer came on and said, there is a major international crisis, there is a major threat to the world, or in this country, a major threat, my question is, who, if you were appointed to name one of the 3 of us, who would you choose? Who has the perseverance, the character, the integrity, the maturity to get the job done? I hope I'm that person. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now a closing statement from Mr. Perot.
If the American people want to do it and not talk about it, then they ought to, I'm one person they ought to consider. If they just want to keep slow dancing and talk about it and not do it, I'm not your man. I am results-oriented. I am action-oriented. I've built my businesses getting things done in 3 months that my competitors took 18 months to do. Everybody says you can't do that with Congress. Sure, you can do that with Congress. Congress they're all good people. They're all patriots, but you got to link arms and work with them. Sure, you'll have arguments. Sure, you'll have fights. We have them all day, every day, but we get the job done. Now, I have to come back in my close to one thing, because I am passionate about education. I was talking about early childhood education for disadvantaged little children. And let me tell you one specific pilot program where children who don't have a chance go to this program when they're 3. Now we're going back to when the mother is pregnant, and they'll start right after they're born. But starting when they're 3 and going to this school until they're 9, and then going into the public school in the 4th grade, 90% are on the honor roll. Now, that will change America. Those children will all go to college. They will live the American dream. And I beg the American people, anytime they think about reforming education, to take this piece of society that doesn't have a chance and take these little pieces of clay that can be shaped and molded and give them the same love and nurture and affection and support you give your children, and teach them that they're unique and that they're precious and there's only one person in the world like them. And you will see this nation bloom. And we will have so many people who are qualified for the top job that it will be terrific. Now, finally, if you can't pay the bills, you're dead in the water. And we have got to put our nation back to work. Now, if you don't want to really do that, I'm not your man. I'd go crazy sitting up there, slow dancing that one. In other words, unless we're going to do it, then pick somebody who likes to talk about it. Now, just remember when you think about me, I didn't create this mess. I've been paying taxes just like you. And Lord knows I've paid my share. Over $1 billion in taxes. And for a guy that started out with everything he owned in the trunk of his car, that ain't bad.
Once again.
But it's in your hands. I wish you well. I'll see you tomorrow night on NBC, 10:30 to 11 Eastern.
Why did they let him go so long? Because he paid the news.
And finally, last but not least, Governor Clinton.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Since I suggested this format, I hope it's been good for all of you. I really tried to be faithful to your request that we answer the questions specifically and pointedly. I thought I owed that to you, and I respect you for being here and for the impact you've had on making this a more positive experience. These problems are not easy.
You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, they've said that CNN is going to cut the person that's not talking, their mic's going to be cut. So that's going to be, they were not going to even be able to talk over each other if they wanted to.
They're not going to be solved overnight, but I want you to think about just 2 or 3 things. First of all, the people of my state have let me be their governor for 12 years because I made commitments to 2 things: more jobs and better schools. Our schools are now better. Our children get off to a better start from preschool programs and smaller classes in the early grades, and we have one of the most aggressive adult education programs in the country. We talked about that. This year, my state ranks first in the country in job growth, fourth in manufacturing job growth, fourth in income growth, fourth in the decline of poverty. I'm proud of that. It happened because I could work with people, Republicans and Democrats. That's why we've had 24 retired generals and admirals, hundreds of business people, many of them Republican, support this campaign. You have to decide whether you want to change or not. We do not need 4 more years of an economic theory that doesn't work. We've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. It's time to put the American people first, to invest and grow this economy. I'm the only person here who's ever balanced the government budget, and I've presented 12 of them and cut spending repeatedly. But you cannot just get there by balancing the budget. We've got to grow the economy by putting people first, real people like you. I got into this race because I did not want my child to grow up to be part of the first generation of Americans to do worse than her parents. We're better than that. We can do better than that. I want to make America as great as it can be.
I forgot he had a
And I ask for your
kid.
help in
Wonder
doing
if she's
it.
going to get
Thank you very
political.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the debate sponsored by the Bipartisan Commission on Presidential Debates. I'd like to thank our audience of 209 uncommitted voters who may leave this evening, maybe being committed,
Let's get
and hopefully they'll go to the
political,
polls like everyone else on November 3rd and vote.
Let's
We invite you
get
to join us
political,
on the third and final
political.
presidential
Oh,
debate
what's
next
Newsom
Monday,
doing
October
there?
19th, from the campus
The
of Michigan
fucking
State
devil
University
himself.
in East Lansing, Michigan. I'm Carol Simpson. Good night.
Hey, hold up. I want to see something real fast. What the fuck is this shit? Hold up. With Dr. Disrespect.
A popular video game streamer who's skyrocketed to fame in the last few years is experiencing a spectacular downfall. after he was
Really?
accused of messaging a minor on the streaming service Twitch. We're sitting down with renowned Predator catcher
Messaging
Chris
them?
Hansen.
What do you
Recently
mean?
called out the man known online
What did he
as
done?
Dr. Disrespect.
What did he do?
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Did y'all hear about this?
Jesse Weber. His profile on X,
The
formerly
sound
known
keeps
as Twitter,
cutting out.
calls him the most
What, is it happening?
ruthless,
Is it happening on
athletic
YouTube
competitor
too?
in video game history. Dr. Disrespect is the colorful persona that belongs to 42-year-old Herschel Guy Beam. Now, if you're not
Yo,
really familiar
Anthony
with the gaming
Aguero.
community, give
I
me
am, dude. I'm
perspective
waiting
here.
on
The
it.
Doc
We're waiting
has
on
risen
it.
in popularity so much over the years
you
that he had
doing,
more
man?
than 4 million subscribers on the
YouTube
streaming
might
service
cancel your account?
Twitch. That was before his
Dude.
account was banned, which we're going to get into. So he first
I'm a
uploaded a video to
badass.
the Dr. Disrespect channel in 2010, so he's been part of the public video gaming community.
They won't
and
cancel
culture
me,
for
they
a
love
long
me.
time. His style mixes video gameplay and trash talking with cutaways of him in a costume that includes a wig, a headset, or helmet. And he apparently became community manager for Sledgehammer Games at one point in time, before quitting to focus on a
The
full-time
king of UBTubi.
streaming career in 2015. Now, Dr. Disrespect's popularity led to multiple sponsorship deals, collaborations on various products, and while video games are fun, we also remember it can be quite a lucrative career. Dr. Disrespect is reportedly worth
Hey,
over
stop trying to
$10
steal my
million.
viewers, Anthony. Ted's mine.
But the Doc's success, at least on Twitch, came crashing down in 2020 because Twitch banned his account,
Right there,
only
right, Ted.
saying that, quote, the streamer has acted in violation of our community guidelines or terms of service. These apply to all streamers regardless of status or prominence in the community. In fact, the site still shows a message that the account is banned if you try to see it.
What? That's
Dr.
not what he got
Disrespect was
banned
also
for, though.
removed
Okay.
from Discord.
The-
That's
can we
another streaming
talk
app.
about the
And more than a
thing
month after his ban,
already?
Dr. Disrespect launched on YouTube, where he still has
Okay,
around
we're still getting
4
there,
million
apparently.
subscribers. But here's the question: why the ban? Why did this happen?
No, because he
Seemingly,
took his camera
for
guy into the
allegedly
bathroom with him.
inappropriately messaging a minor through Twitch.
I didn't hear about that.
Last week, Cody Connors, a former Twitch employee, posted this to X, quote,
Really?
he got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read in plain
That's
text,
new.
case closed, gang.
That's new
Now, Connors didn't actually
information.
name Beam in this tweet, but followers put 2 and 2 together.
No,
Twitch Whisper, by the way, is
man.
a chat option
Why
within
they-
the streaming
why they
platform.
gotta try to
that
make
allows
everybody
you
else to be a
privately
pedo,
message
bro?
with other users. The game studio that Beam had co-founded, Midnight Society, had fired him as well. The studio director, Robert Bowling, tweeted, "This is a statement from me personally. It does not reflect any of my companies and has not gone through any legal or PR approvals. If you inappropriately message a minor, I cannot work with you." Period.
What the
I promise to only act on facts.
Fuck, that just happened June 25th,
so with that in
dude.
mind, I want to bring in renowned predator catcher, journalist, host of Takedown on True Blue, and the podcast Predators I've Caught with Chris Hansen. You know who I'm talking about, Chris Hansen.
Dr.
Disrespect.
Oh, fucking goddamn it.
Good to see you, Jesse. Quite a situation here, isn't it?
Yeah, what do you make of it?
Well, I think that he got caught using, Twitch whispers, having an inappropriate conversation with somebody who was underage. Now, there's no evidence that he actually met this person.
What kind of conversation, though? What do you mean he had a conversation? You're allowed to talk to someone underage. He has
admitted, as you know,
half his fans are probably underage,
that he made this contact, that he had this conversation, and ironically,
he wanted to meet her. What does that mean?
Came to a head just as he had signed an exclusive deal with Twitch that was going to be worth millions and millions of dollars. All of a sudden, they come to this agreement where they part company. Why? Well, apparently it's because of this communication he had.
That's new news right there.
He actually followed through on anything that was discussed.
Everybody thought it was because of the bathroom thing.
I asked this question to everybody who surfaces in one of my investigations. Would you be comfortable if another adult, and this guy's like 42 years old now, approached your child and said things like you said to this child? And the answer invariably is no. It wouldn't be all right. The next question is, then why did you think it was all right? And we have not gotten an answer from Dr. Disrespect on this matter so far.
So let's break something down real quick. And this is not to cast aspersions on the gaming community whatsoever, but in your experience, first, Twitch, that platform, that whisper platform, in your experience, have you seen a lot of predators or alleged predators or people who have been accused of similar thing using that?
I'm not an expert necessarily on Twitch. I know Twitch
I can imagine there are, though.
Discord can be used, obviously, for inappropriate contact. But my understanding of this whisper
titty streamers.
Chat feature is that it's not widely used. It was almost
17-year-old
to many people who use Twitch or observe gamers on Twitch, it almost seems as if it was some sort of an afterthought that they added it on like the old Facebook communication line. And so I don't think it is widely used. So we've never come across it actually being used by any known predators in the past, at least in our investigation.
Quite the allegations, to say the least. Look, the world can be a scary place, I always say. And the truth is, one of the scariest things that can happen to you, something that comes out of nowhere, is if you get hurt, if you get injured. But that is why I want to talk to you about our incredible...
Dude, I don't believe it until he's charged
Twitch
with it, man.
I believe back, get your take on I believe back on June 22nd. Listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations from the settlement
June
with Twitch,
22nd.
but I just need to say what I can say since this is the effing internet. I didn't do anything wrong. All this has been probed and settled. Nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. Then he releases this statement on X. Actually, before I even get into the next statement, what did you make of that statement first, Chris?
Well, obviously there was an issue. As I mentioned earlier, they had just signed this major exclusive deal between Dr. Disrespect and Twitch.
He was going to start streaming on Twitch again?
He probably did get paid. There was something that Twitch thought was bad enough, offensive enough, inappropriate enough to get out of this deal they had just signed that was important to Twitch and important to Dr. Disrespect. So something happened there that even in this grayish ethical gaming community at times, something that was offensive enough to make them call off this deal or to bring it to an end, and I'm sure everybody did get paid.
Let's get into the statement now, where he essentially, in his words, says what happened. So, he writes in a statement, let's cut the F and BS. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not.
Oh, no.
These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more.
That's some
Nothing
pedo
illegal
shit,
happened.
bro.
No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met
were
the
they?
individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. And by the way, that's correct. Beam has not faced any sort of criminal charges related to these allegations, and it's not our understanding there's any kind of investigation
He
that's
knew
happening.
it was
But
a
continued.
kid and he was
Now,
talking
from a moral
sexually to her,
standpoint,
though?
I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should never have entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should never have happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll effing own my stuff. This was stupid.
Wow.
I'm no effing predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me effing knows where I stand on those things with those types of people. F that. That's a different level of disgust that I effing hate even hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Chris, your take on that response?
Well, I think, a couple of things. One, it shows a clear lack of judgment that he would even enter into a conversation like this with somebody who's underage, even though it was back in 2017. It's a man in his 30s at the time. And what are you thinking? Why would you even get into a conversation with somebody of that age that approaches,
especially when he's that famous already? Like, he was already famous by then, wasn't he?
Apparently did not act on any of this. He was not criminally charged, and maybe he's not a predator or a pedophile, and there's no indication to say that he is. But why are you having the conversation? It shows, in the best case scenario, a lack of judgment. In the worst case scenario, he got caught before he did something. And I don't want to go overboard and speculate here because he's not facing any criminal charges. But this community will ratchet this up and use it any way they can to show disrespect to Dr. Disrespect, because they get clout, they get views by creating drama for somebody who's very popular. So this culture in some ways is like an ant farm. They feed off the anger towards each other, and it keeps spinning and spinning until the drama, ultimately sometimes gets out of control. So, yeah, you can raise all the questions you want about the communications. You can acknowledge that there was no criminal activity here, apparently. But this community is going to play this for all it's worth because they're selfish and they want to bring attention and drama to themselves. It's the way this ecosystem is.
And just to clarify this a little bit, there were unnamed sources, this is reporting by Bloomberg, that confirmed Mr. Connor's count that I'd mentioned before. And two of those sources had said that Mr. Beam had asked this minor about her plans at TwitchCon. This, by the way, is an annual convention for streamers and fans and gamers. But, I guess the thing was, when he talks about in his statement about not having the intention, part of me wondered if he was putting on a persona, right? He was playing this role of Dr. Disrespect, and maybe he was a little too fluid in his words, but he had no intention of actually, meeting up with her or engaging in any kind of sexually explicit conduct or doing anything like that. If he didn't have any plans, but he was playing a role, maybe being inappropriate, what would you say to that? Like, he was basically putting on a persona. And again,
it sounds like an excuse that I hear from a predator in one of our investigations. This is role playing. I didn't think she was being truthful about her age. Well, it doesn't look good.
True, man.
It may not be a felony or a misdemeanor, but
I had some underage chick that kept watching me, wanting to talk to me. And I was like, I'm sorry, but
well, he could say, could
I can't
he
talk
say,
to you.
hey, listen, I'm a big gamer. I'm trying to meet my fans.
He was huge at the time in comparison to me.
Well,
and
then that's possible.
doing
and
that,
again,
that's
there was
crazy.
no crime committed here, but it doesn't look good. And whatever is in the exact text was enough for Twitch to call off and kill, with a cash settlement, a very big exclusive Twitch deal that was going to be lucrative for both sides. So it had to be bad enough for them to kill that.
And let's talk about the aftermath of this.
Dude, he hasn't streamed on Twitch.
He did apologize to his team. He apologized to the gaming community. But in the aftermath, it really hasn't gone well for Beam because I already mentioned some of the fallout, but also Turtle Beach, a sponsor, removed all of its Dr. Disrespect branded products from its website.
No way.
The San Francisco 49ers, who had worked with him in the past for promotion, said they're no longer going to work with him. When it comes to fellow streamers and friends, they've called him out. Beam has said that he's taking now an extended vacation, but that he'll be back. What do you make of that response from the sponsors?
Oh, shit, he hasn't streamed in a couple days, has he?
Jumping onto it, but yeah.
Right. It sounds like somebody who's, tried to placate the haters and take some responsibility for what he did, and now is going to try and lay low. He's made a ton of money already. He's
a millionaire.
4.7 million subs on YouTube. His videos get an average of 500,000 to 1 million each episode. So he's making money. He's made money. And now it appears he's going to try and lay low, and one would hope to reevaluate his conduct online.
So, Chris, there's been reporting, by the way, that he edited that statement, that he first didn't have the word minor and then added it back in. That's been the reporting. He's been very careful, it seems, about how he crafting that message.
He made it,
well,
somewhat.
The word minor
I don't know
was
what he
in
said,
there,
though.
and then he took it out, and then a lot of people called him out for it, and he put it back in, is my understanding. So, he reacted to the outcry that, surfaced on X when he took the word out.
I always see you everywhere, Les Paul. I always see you everywhere.
The statement says,
I was like,
they
there's
want me
Les
to
Paul.
disappear. Yeah, effing right. What do you make of that?
Well,
I don't believe
he's
you,
obviously
Anthony.
planning for his second or
Fuckhead.
third act, whatever it is by now, and going to try and get
Lover
back
boy.
in the game. But when you do have an inappropriate conversation with a minor, it is something that's
Lover
going to tag
boy.
you for a very long time, and probably should if all the allegations are true.
All right, we'll see where this goes. Chris
Anybody else think
Hansen,
Anthony's
good to
head's
see
getting
you. Go check him out.
rounder as time goes on? Or is that just me? Anthony, why is your head getting rounder? Anthony Aguero, is your head getting rounder? Anthony Aguero, is your head getting rounder? Whatever. Nobody cares anymore about the round-headed Anthony. Not like I do.
Put the numbers on this here too. I think 400 strength of both countries, and then of course.
Not like I do. Not like me. Anthony's round-head. Whatever, Anthony. He was only here for 2 minutes. That's long enough to say hi to Ted. He follows Ted around on the internet. He's got an obsession. Nobody really knows except for me, because I've been paying attention. Yeah, well, now you know. They don't believe me, but you'll see. Hey, there, right, Ted. You were watching some of his live stream today. What are you trying to say? You follow him too? You're following each other, huh? Kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty. Oh, yay. You're my baby. No. You want to see the kitty, y'all? Want to see the kitty? Look. Look at her. Oh, well, I got the camera down there now. I do that when I don't want it in my fucking way. Look at the little kitty. I actually licked her face. Just she liked it. She loved it. I just wanted rubber on me. Wow. Hey, she came to me right now, okay? She left. Oh look, she ate all her food, yay! Simon, more than I can say for Simon today. Oh, look how sickly I look with the lights like this. It's awesome. Why are they talking to him for so long? He's been talking for like an hour, dude. Did she eat in my lap? No, not today. I'm trying to train her not to do that. I did not put it in my lap. I just put it on the floor and let her do her thing. And it takes her much longer to eat that way, but since Simon is sleeping in the room all day and not eating himself, it's not much of a bother. He hasn't been wanting in here. Oh, baby, dude, I need to take some pictures of some herb because I don't have, well, okay, you know what, I'm actually going to go get some roaches. We're going to smoke some roaches out of some pipes instead. Because I'm broke. Because I'm a broke boy. I'm a broke boy drinking on some high-class whiskey. Hibiki Blossom. Look it up. Blossom Harmony Hibiki 2022. Look it up. Anybody look it up yet? Did anybody look it up? One in the chat if you looked it up. Alright. So I'm gonna take, remember that joint that I had that was like 2 grams of some wax up in it? I still got a big old chunk of it here. Big old chunk of it right now. So I'm gonna put it on some paper or something here so that I can break it down, you know what I'm saying? So we got, should I just go get a piece of aluminum foil? Nah, be too loud. Be too loud. This is for it to be the paper at the back of this. No, you know what? I don't want to waste this, so I'm gonna go get it. Oh my goodness, I'm making a mess.
Oh, I see the same hoes.
Bro, alright, there we go. So I'm just gonna break this open. I don't even know, bro. Let's see. Like that's all shell. This is all resonated weed. It's more than just regular resonated. It's resonated with resin, with hash rosin. So we'll see about this. There's a lot of ash in here, though. Oh, you can share his office. I feel you, man. Cheers. Shout out to Seward Hot Glass. Seward, what's his name? He blew this pipe. R.I.P. He doesn't come by anymore. Ah. Oh, I made a mess. gonna have to clean that up now. How's it going? Moments in time, holding it down like a motherfucking Jeep. That guy's way too serious. You know the one. Old tight lip iPhone McGee over there. Who needs one lighter when you have two? Why isn't this working? Bro. Two is better than one. Really? Ah. I sucked it through, bro. Wait, why is that closed? How do you do that? Really? How do I do that? Still gonna eat it. Yep. Let's try again. I don't know, it's fans like blowing me out over here. Oh baby. Oh yeah, we're going in. Good for you.
But you want him live.
Woo. I feel like a Japanese businessman drinking that Vicky Blossom Harmony. Yes, sir.
It's great that we can stream the whole thing.
Japanese businessman.
That issue has occupied me in the last 24 hours. Just like...
Hey, look at there. There's a Japanese dude there.
It's like it's streaming on a big player on the front page.
Oh, Anthony, where are we going? Me and you together? Are you my new buddy?
That's not new for you.
That's awesome.
We'll be good. Have fun.
My buddy. I got a buddy. Yo, he demodded me though. Never forget. Jesus won't. So I can't.
It doesn't make sense otherwise.
That's a damn good mod. I have the presence. I have the Dosho presence. Yo, Vivek in the building, bruh. Vivek for vice president.
It's like build up. It's like we started up.
We really need to see him in the Senate, though. We need younger blood in the Senate. I think he's capable of getting a Senate seat, which he should. We need that, man. If he's not VP, of course. Dude, my lips be dry, dog. Knock it off. One, two, three, four. I'm getting some workout. What the fuck, man? Look, see? Daylanes just want me to get pissed off, and they let it light after I get mad every time. I have to get... Nowadays, I just act like I'm getting mad so shit'll work correctly. I fake it for them. Fake it till you make it. Ooh, ooh, that was catch. That was nasty. Dude, look at the crowd around him just as he talks. That's wild, ain't it? Cat, one of them is right here. Yeah, I sacrifice it. Simon's not feeling well because he's on antibiotics. He's kind of sick. He's serious. He's right here. She's okay. No kitten was harmed in the making of this video. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. I don't know about that. We're gonna eat these. Oh, nice spread. Nice. Did y'all see that? That was sexy, wasn't it? She's so sexy. She almost wrapped. Almost got to get spayed actually though for real. She got a spade appointment for August. The little one, right now it's Sweet Pea. I don't know what to do with that. I feel like it should be better than Sweet Pea. That makes it festive. But it looks like I did something. I put in the effort. Green. For the people. My little baby girl. My little baby girl. Hey, what are you doing? BB, cuckoo, BB, what's that mean? interesting life. Like, as soon as he shows up somewhere, people are asking him questions. Imagine everywhere you go, people are just asking you questions about shit. Like, you can't even go to the gas station without somebody being like, hey, what are your thoughts on? Like, bro, I'm just trying to get a candy bar, man. Come on. You gotta get your candy bars on Amazon, on Incognito. He can't go to the store in a tank top and some flip-flops. Not anymore. That's an old Vivek. You think Trump could have finished the wall, Anthony? Asked Sister T. Anthony's not here anymore. I'm sorry, Sister T. He did another drive-by on us, trying to steal Ted from me. Did he? Did he? Motherfucker. Watching you, Anthony. He fucking did. He's a busy man, though. What do you expect? You know what I mean? No, not you. Ted, I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that's still here. Anthony's more of a drive-byer. That's why I was seeing. And he is. He drove by again. He's a drive-by viewer. Taking a nap? Probably. He was up kind of late last night, wasn't he? Yucumba covering the migrants, the migrant crisis. On boots on the ground. He got the boots on. He had the boots. His boots were on. The boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, them boots are gonna walk all over you. See, Anthony, I don't just talk shit about you. I also promote you. I didn't even know you were still here, fucker. It took you so long. Even if you're not still here, I'm still gonna promote you because I love you, man. Your head's getting rounder, though. I think your head might be getting rounder over time. Might be something to look at. Talk to your doctor about it. If you didn't hear me earlier.
Hey everybody, it's Roll Valley.
You want me to stop paying attention to chat? Well, which there are days you guys think I should pay more. Today you want me to pay less.
Hey everybody, it's Roll Valley, politics reporter at WABE News, and I'm WABE politics reporter. And we're at McCamish Pavilion on the campus of Georgia Tech, across the street from the presidential debate between former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden. And behind us, this is Mr. After the debate, surrogates are both the campaigns will come and try and shape the narrative headed into the rest of the debate. And we've seen.
When's this thing gonna happen? What time are we looking at? Dude, hold up. The other channel's got a countdown. What's it say? Whoa, this ain't right. It is an hour. Oh, I'll put this up in the corner. At least we got like a countdown over here that I don't have to program myself. I'm feeling lazy tonight. You know what I'm saying? YouTube demonetized me. Here we go. Got 1 hour and 4 minutes. Y'all-itics. Y'all watch that? Y'all watch that show? I'm gonna try to bring up another source. It's not this one. It has a timer. Wouldn't that be amazing? Oh, fuck. Look, there's a dork, dude. What a fucking idiot. Alright, sorry. Ooh, what is this one? This one doesn't have a timer, but it's got like 4 different... Nah, it's no good. That's so good. They were silly. Silly. Watch parties, watching other people watch it in other states. French fried potatoes, French fried potatoes, French fried potatoes, French fried potatoes, French fried potatoes. Yo, look at these people.
From Palestine to Mexico! All these border walls gotta go!
These people are outside.
From Palestine to Mexico! All these border walls have gotta go! It is right to rebel!
That's funny. Got that emo rage. He's been cooped up in the basement too long. He's taking out anger at his mom for them Hot Pockets from last week.
With local 728.
Hot Pockets.
That's a lot of Hot Pockets.
Of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
Sounds like a Antifa organization.
Working to build a new revolutionary
Communist
party in the United States.
What? The new Communist Party?
Not one forced through a declaration of its existence, but through real mass struggle that bridges the political gap between communists and the multinational.
What the fuck is going on outside my house right now?
What we want is a revolution.
Yo.
There are no two ways about it. The debate we are protesting is an act of political theater. There is no amount of moral posturing that Joe Biden and the Democrats can do to change our view of them. The last 10 months
Is my neighbor always retarded?
of this country to the
It's
true
possible.
nature of our monopoly capitalist ruling class. Shame! Shame! Biden, you are
Yo, we picking up. 13 people here. What's going on? What's fucking going on? We get more people. I might start working out eventually.
Trump is a rabid Zionist who even has an Israeli
Fuck for y'all,
settlement named
so that she can
after
go over and touch my muscles. You wanna touch that?
supported the further
It costs you
annexation of the
$10,000.
Syrian Golan Heights. Shame! The solution is clear. U.S. imperialism must be overthrown.
Venezuela's their paradise.
Of the heroic Al-Aqsa blood.
I think they should all have to go live in Gaza for a month. Just 1 month.
Allies of Palestine very, very
And try to be American while they're there, you know what I mean? Like you have to move to Palestine, act American the whole time, you fucking little shit. You think it's so... You want to save them? Go on, check it out.
our communities and our schools.
People never see them. They've been in the tunnels within a week.
We are no strangers to standing with Palestine and to join Palestinian freedom fighters in the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
I think his parents are proud of him for doing this.
And we defeated the false charges against us.
What do they even know?
Following the call of the Palestinian resistance to strengthen the students.
Dude, does this hat say FAFO?
Every encampment for Palestine, and was arrested for doing so. Shame! What I witnessed and experienced that day was a horrifying display of the rabid nature of the
No, it looks on his shirt. Something else.
and their commitment to defending
FR.
Zionism.
R looks like an A kind of though when it gets blurry.
We were tear gassed with no warning.
You hear this song in the background?
The next 30 hours were spent at the cop jail alongside over 25 other arrestees. This game was just a small
Whitney Houston?
taste of what Palestinians have endured in U.S.-funded Zionist concentration camps for the last century.
Oh! Somebody.
Arrestees were denied water and bathrooms, dehumanized, and we were intimidated by the cab sheriff, Melody Maddox herself. She came to our holding block, and she had an employee of hers take unauthorized photos of us on a personal cell phone.
I'd be the one person there dancing to the Whitney Houston. I'm a little retarded. Get away from me. I got fucking bitch, get the fuck away from me. I'm dancing here. I have like a Trump shirt on and just be dancing to the music they're playing. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Be awesome.
Are the first round of court hearings for people arrested at Emory, and I urge all of you to show up to support them and show up to other solidarity actions that week.
Yo, these two right here wearing Boy Scout colors.
Repression breeds resistance, and we must protect
Together.
those that resist. When we
They must
face
be together.
repression, the biggest mistake we can make is to
That
be
khaki
cowardly,
though.
to hide our politics and quiet our voices.
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready for this shit.
We must be proud and relentless. I stand unconditionally.
This is kind of a big deal tonight.
And all people with
55 minutes? Are they actually debating in 55 minutes? It's not starting that soon. No way. It's something else is going to start. They're going to be like, and now for the pre-show where we talk about the debate for an hour.
legal consequences for opposing the use of our tax
I'm already expecting
dollars
that.
to fund the genocide of Palestinian people. Shame!
We're also feeding them.
This system is rotten. We must bombard the headquarters of imperialism and
We don't let them
Zionism
die
by
hungry.
marching on the RNC and the DNC this summer in Milwaukee and Chicago.
We don't even do that to prisoners.
Permits or not, we will march within sight and sound of these conventions, no matter what. I encourage all of you to join myself and thousands of others from across the country. We don't have to wait for
Thousands.
things to happen.
There are
We can
thousands in the
shape up
country.
events and help
Does he realize how many people live here?
There is a growing tide of struggle in this country.
You need to be able to say millions, otherwise your thing probably isn't much. When it comes to movement, your movement, you know what I mean? Like BLM and George Floyd, that was millions. This probably actually is like thousands. I appreciate his honesty with that though.
Thank you. Death to Zionism. Long live the Palestinian resistance. Thank you.
Can y'all hear me? All right. Thank you, Alex. All right. Something that's really important.
It's always mostly women that support the Palestinians also. when the women have the least amount of privileges in Palestine. Can they even vote? Are women allowed to vote in Palestine? Hold up, this is something I don't know about Palestine. Like, I can't believe I don't know this about this. I bet they can though. They can hold political office, attend university, become professionals, doctors, lawyers, judges, AC, architects, engineers, whatever. Okay, so, yeah, I thought so. Arabs living under the limited self-government of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank have whatever rights the PA gives them, Palestinian Authority. Women living under Hamas in Gaza have whatever rights Hamas chooses to give them, which is basically none. Oh, so really interesting. I didn't know that part either. I'm learning all kinds of shit right now. The women in West Bank, Palestine, have more rights than the women in Gaza, Palestine. Because they're ruled, like Hamas doesn't rule West Bank. What is it? I've lost it. The Palestinian Authority runs West Bank. I thought the Hamas ran it all this time. Palestinian Authority, officially known as Palestinian National Authority or the State of Palestine, is the Fatah-controlled government body that exercises partial civil control over the Palestinian enclaves in the Israeli-occupied West Bank as a consequence of the 93-95 Oslo Accords. The Palestinian Authority controlled the Gaza Strip prior to the Palestinian elections of 2006 and the subsequent Gaza conflict between the Fatah and Hamas parties when it lost control to Hamas. The PA continues to claim the Gaza Strip, although Hamas exercises de facto control. Wow. So the Palestinian Authority is actually kind of at war with Hamas? You know that? Did you know that? Well. I should have known that after all the fucking Gaza coverage. That's why I'm surprised that that's new. Who never existed? Palestinian Authority? Palestine never existed. Well, they existed. The people are there. Did he get drug tested though, or no? Biden, did he get drug tested? And what does the SS stand for? Fake nation. I mean, just because it wasn't considered a nation doesn't mean that those people didn't control that area for hundreds of years and their ancestors had property there. Hey, stop being a fucking... What the fuck, cat? Stop eating my shoes. Why you eat my shoes? Why you eating my shoes? Why you eating my shoes? Meow, it's in the world. Oh no, I got your belly now. Okay, okay.
When 12 hospitals have closed since 2013,
health and invest in programs that our community needs. They'd rather invest in the war zone, they'd rather invest in the genocide and take away our resources. But we the people, I say that is enough.
Look at the African dude talking. He just got here last month. He's like, I'm American now. Fuck Trump. Biden is okay. When are we gonna start having like atom bomb protests where they're like, bomb them now, get it over with? Can you imagine if there was like hundreds of people showing up saying that? They'd all be put on a list. The whole world would be like, oh my god, look at all these terrorists, they're gonna do something, watch them. All because they just want to get it over with. To be fair, these people are probably on a list too. I'm on a list. Are you? Tis me. Yeah, what does it mean? You still didn't say what it meant though. What do you mean, tis me? Were we asking you that before? Everybody probably asked you that, but it wasn't me. Your name. Right. Initials. And why did you do that though? I feel like you did that because you could. If that's it. Because it was like, this is gonna get people going a little bit when they see this. Why are you an asshole? All the names in the world you could pick. You picked that one. Because you like pissing people off. That's why. Get off on pissing people off. Kitty, kitty. Lots of well-fitted suits in there. I don't have one suit. They probably have more than one. Lucky people. They can be like, is it suit time? Well, here I go then. How's this one look? Oh, that you don't like that one? What about this one? What about this one? I got suits, man. I got fucking suits. You want to see another one? Pop! How about that one? Let's go. That's what I thought. We're going out, getting laid tonight in my suit. I don't even have one though. Why are you, dude? She's like hanging out in all of the cat cables. How fitting. You know, the cat 5, the cat 6, you know, the cats for the internet. She's acting like she wants to chew one though. That's cannibalistic. Get out of there. She was like, Man, I hope Simon gets better, dude. I need more ice, though. Ice, ice, baby. Boom, 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 vanilla ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Jim, how you been, man? Almost got her. Howard's high. I got my my power plug-in. You know what I'm talking about. I'm ready. But you. Did you hear about Dr. Disrespect, man? What the fuck? Hey, yo, breaking news. I don't know, man. I hope it ain't true, though. What the f... Man. You have a song for me? No, you don't.
His polling numbers, they're terrible. They're terrible. They're really bad. Go look them up. They're steadily declining.
It's true? I hope it's not.
Are realizing what Israel is doing. In their time,
Was he drunk or something? Like, I need to know more. What he said exactly.
they're rising up and speaking up against Biden, against anyone who supports Zionism. But
Yo,
not only
Kitty.
is there domestic pressure, there is worldwide pressure.
Why are you making a mess?
Governments in Arab countries are being forced to take a stance as their own people.
It's a litter box down there. You should know.
And likewise, in formerly colonized places in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, people are binding together. They are coming together to show solidarity.
They do like man suits. Yeah. It's true. Kids to play. It's not in the litter box.
And we have to do the same. In fact, that's what we're doing here today. The masses of people are demanding that something be done to end this genocide. And since October, we've seen the vast majority of people take up the call for a permanent ceasefire. But even more recently, we've seen people take further and further militant action as they realize the ruthless and undemocratic nature of our ruling class. They refuse even the most basic demand of stopping U.S.-Israeli weapons from annihilating Gaza. The most basic demand. Millions have fought tirelessly these last months.
Outside, no.
And despite the
I
repression our
can't.
movement has faced, we've only seen it
I
grow
have
stronger.
an adult cat too.
More determined.
So she gets to play with him sometimes. He's
It's
just sick
really
right now.
hard to overstate how significant the movement for Palestine has become in these few months.
He said significant right after I said sick.
Educators,
Yeah.
other sectors of workers have organized their labor around the question of Palestine. They are questioning their own workplace's complicity in this genocide. And for that, we have to give them some praise, please. Not only the workers, we've also seen universities, places that are normally centers of capitalist ideology, give birth to a fiery student intifada. Students have faced physical violence and expulsion for fighting a just battle against Zionist administrations and their investments in genocide. And so many people who were previously
I got a lot of toys for her.
have been swept into action
I play with her.
and are now engaged
And Simon
in a violent
does.
struggle. In fact, I want to bet that many of you
It's
here
hot
tonight,
right now. I don't think she wants to play. It's
this may be
90.
your first
It's
introduction to the movement.
90.1 degrees in here right now.
And I want to welcome
31%
because we are all
humidity.
siblings. We are all comrades fighting for a unified goal of an end to this genocidal occupation. And this is what scares the Zionists, the capitalists, and politicians like Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The people in this country have experienced a dramatic change in consciousness. And it cannot be undone. People will never go back to accepting what's happening in Palestine. They will never go back. We will never go back! And what's more is that millions are recognizing our individual struggles are not individual. What we go through every day is not just what we
some iceberg. You're right.
Oh my gosh, you're right there. Over there. Over there.
You were just over there a second ago. You were there so fast.
Institutions of our society will not change until we, the people, change. Until we overthrow the science leadership, the gatekeeping, and apologists for the wrong move.
Hurt me.
Always bow down to you.
By you. You want to buy you? I can buy you too.
And replace them with people who hold an internationalist, working class consciousness.
Intifada. Where's Lou at, man? She's getting up by now. Maybe it's a couple more hours. Yo, is the cat stream still up? I should have it up over here. A little small version of it. Shit. So I know if we've lost the cat streams are outside. I haven't even been looking, and it's down. Oh, what's up? What's up? Cool. Where is it? No, it's down. I'm just trying to get it up.
International solidarity is going to be key in our struggle ahead. We have to be in a constant state of mobilization to stand with the Palestinian people and against the occupation.
What are you doing right there?
What is CTBI?
Alright. There it is. Yeah, now we can all kind of see if something comes to the bowl. We're having a doubling here. Not preferable. To the What about Frank? What's he talking about?
Sudani signs the budget into law, and it'll be in the Gazette probably this Saturday or next Wednesday. And while this is going on, you got Parliament
every
Committee, the
day.
jerks,
How does he
bad
keep this shit
going? That
You know, it's
kept the monetary
crazy.
reform from ever happening.
How does this happen?
They come out and they throw a tantrum. I want to play. I want to play. And they fall down on the floor and they kick and they scream like a little child.
He's got 2,000 people watching
I
him.
want to play too. And Sudani says,
every day. Talk about nothing.
In Parliament, what'd you just do? Rook tonight's checkmate.
Talk about some bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to play, says Parliament Committee. I want to pass laws. I want to be part of this because there's no deficit. You know why there's no deficit, family? It's because of the barrel of oil. I'll tell you that in a minute. So it turns out that, yeah, Sudani put him in checkmate with what he did today with the president, and he took shots at the Parliament.
Is he the biggest dinar scammer on the internet?
That come from Parliament themselves.
Or is there a bigger one?
It was on his desk yesterday. He signed it today.
Because Joker posted in Discord that there are multiple of these people. That video, this guy, it's like, it's dinar scammer season.
You can pout all you want, Parliament Committee, but you will never
be the biggest, right?
Able to make any decisions. Sudani doesn't need you. He don't need you, Parliament. Let me. You say he needs you for a vote.
The other ones all want to be as big as Frank. Probably.
Okay. You say you need it for the. Oh, I heard you wanted it for the scheduling of the budget. Okay.
They're falling for it on
why
YouTube.
Do you want to do all these things and help Sudani?
What do you mean? People
to change
are?
any
People
numbers,
are buying
to
into
change
it?
any numbers in the budget that need to be changed, Mr. Franken. We just want to help. Shut up. Family, Sudani has gotten this far without anything from Parliament. Parliament has thrown every obstacle that they can.
His feet up. He's like, I made it.
That they can
He doesn't
invent
care anymore.
at Sudani's reforms to cause failure, to cause delays. The Parliament Committee, Iranian politicians, they lie to the citizens of Iraq, telling them that Sudani will never, ever keep his promise to you. He's never going to give you any purchasing power, any value to your national currency. And then they lie, making statements like that. And now
he's probably not even breaking the law, dude. Just I can't really be mad at him. He's just convincing people that the dinar is going to go up.
The
There's
numbers in the
nothing
budget are going to change. And
real scammy about that.
The deficit.
Like,
it's amazing that you can
they want to believe
talk out of
that.
your mouth in one way and then talk out of the other side of your mouth in a completely opposite way. But it's only because it's politically advantage for you.
Right.
I'm surprised you haven't.
Maybe
put
we should
Sudani
buy some
in jail
dinar
yet
just in
and made
case.
him a criminal.
Together. You send me yours. I'll pinch my nipples for you.
So Parliament Committee knows
that is a no homo
Eddie's
situation,
bank
and by
friend
all
says
means
that
for
Eddie-
18 and over only.
Everything that your Mr. TV Frank
You have
guy
to be
says
18 over
you,
to join that
it's
one.
all true. It's all true. Eddie, don't let Parliament's lies pour gasoline all over Sudani's reforms.
Why do I have a 5:30 alarm set? Oh, no.
Besides, Eddie,
That's what time I get up in the morning.
the budget schedules are already
That's why.
laws. Parliament just wants to stick their foot in it, Eddie. The budget schedules are laws already. Sudani doesn't need the vote of
6:30 is
anybody.
when I'm supposed to be there
He
for.
doesn't need
Simon,
the
man.
vote of Parliament that never sided with him. Sudani's vote is for his new country.
Alright, fuck you. Bow, bow, bow. Let me fix this guy's audio real fast. Because that's what I do. I fix people's streams for them. Okay. That's definitely better. If you don't think it's better, you need to get your ears examined. I was a sonar tech, so I know about hearing, I know about listening. I was a professional listener. I had to listen to tones, to cavitations, to shrimp, to dolphins, to whales. I had to differentiate. And I was damn good at it. Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore, but some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. So you make your own patchwork paisley handkerchief and maybe You have 2,000 people watching. Really? Patchwork Beasley. That sounds divine. Uh-oh, here we go. Or y'all rubbing? Everybody rubbing? Everybody fucking rubbing? Get out your moisturizing cream. I don't want any chafing. I'm not responsible for any chafing. Get out your cream. Look at those cars. That's hot. Look at that. What the fuck what are they going into? It's like they're in DC or something with that gate right there. Is that an airport thing? Airport barricade? Where is that barricade in the street? Is it just in their street? They just have it there? Or did... Oh, wait a second. That's something they put there. Okay. That's not in the street, actually. It's, damn, dude. It's insane the amount of freaking cars that Trump rides around with everywhere he goes somewhere. Like, what is in this thing? What is this? What's the name of it? What is this, though? EOD? An EOD team, just in case there's an IED along the road? And all these vehicles are bulletproof and shit. Plus the gas that they have. Are the ambulances also bulletproof? Are they special ambulances? Is this a bulletproof police car? What the fuck is this doing there? Just in case they have to chase down Dukes of Hazzard. Hey, you never know, man. They're safe than sorry. What's the white one doing there? They just had to let the white guy in, didn't they? They felt sorry. They were like, you know, sir, we don't have any white vehicles. We better let at least one. Yes, and a gray one. Behind the white one, though. Not in front. That's the Mexican one. Or is it Asian? All I know is we need to have at least those three colors. Look at the city cops at the tail end of it. I think everything else is federal. What is this vehicle? It's fancy. It's super fancy looking. What is this? It's not a Chevrolet like the other ones. This trip, right? They did set up a military checkpoint just out of nowhere. It looks like it's always been there with all this. This looks like a way better fence than they had in Portland, by the way, too, because of how this concrete is. It doesn't need as much concrete to stay upright, it seems. They ended up having to line the entire thing with concrete in Portland, but this looks like it interlocks with the concrete somehow and makes it so that they'd have to build a bend steel to get it. They did the physics on it. Or the, right? Engineers did the math. Man, times Portland, dude, that's never gonna happen again. Cause look at this, see that fence? Case in point. They learned a lot from Portland. How to deal with people, how to deal with like riot control. Portland was a training ground for our federal government. They learned in a small contained little city, downtown Portland, They learned how they need to fix things just in case it breaks off on a nationwide level. Portland actually taught our government how to resist us in case they need to. That's what Antifa always does, though. They change the laws for the worst, and they teach the government. They're never gonna win. Hey you. Hey you. She came to see me all on her own. I lost 2 viewers off that. Can you believe that? You know what I think they should do? You guessed it. Suck a cock. I think they should suck 2 cocks. Only if they can afford it though, because that's going to be $20. I'm going to need a donation, a $20 Cash App donation for every cock, actually. So that's $40. Now think about it. I'm a YouTube pimp. You give me the money, I find the cock. That's a joke, by the way. I don't do that. I have to say that for legal purposes. But actually, I'm not a cock finder. So, I'm sorry if that's what you're here for. I'm really sorry. Fuck, man, what do you keep attacking me for, cat? Boom, 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 boom. Hey, no, boom, 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 boom. Whoa. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Miss Bungle in the house. Got Miss Bungle in the house. We got Miss Bungle in the house. Will I be? Well, I'll be. Well, I'll be. Oh, sure, bartender. I have another. Dude, these shots right here, check this out. This is how I make myself feel better when I'm really depressed. I'll think about how, like this right here, if I was in a bar, for this particular one, that might be like $30. I'm not really sure. It's a very limited bottle. It might be $40 for that. Fucking silly. It'd be silly as shit if anybody paid that. But I could see 30 though. I could definitely see 30 for just that. And I'd be like, special for 5 minutes.
This is
pretty soon though, all the special ones are gonna be gone. I really probably won't drink the Sam Adams ones or the Crown 29s, but I needed to know I wanted to know if the Hibiki Blossom Harmony was better than the Hibiki Harmony, the regular Hibiki Harmony. And it actually does taste better. It actually does. It even came in 700 ml instead of a fifth. It's 50 ml less. Yeah. That's a shin kicker. Hey, I'm not buying any more of these. Like today, I had the opportunity to get a very limited Found North batch. That's their oldest yet. It was like $170, and I was like, nope, nope. And nope. I'm knocking it off, man. I gotta knock it off. I just can't do it, Captain. But for the ones that are already here, they're still fair game. Joker! I'm sorry you couldn't get any points over there on the cat channel. Hopefully it's still up. I just went in there and checked a minute ago. We need to keep the cat channel up at all times. It's 91 degrees in here, y'all. Can I get some amens? Can I get some hallelujahs? Cat channel's still up. Amen, hallelujah. Like that, just like that. That's how you do it. In case you're wondering.
Sure. What's the argument?
We get used to it? I don't know about that. 91's not bad. It feels good. A little sweat right here, but it's not a big deal. I got tank top on. Hey, her body temperature is higher than mine, so she's okay too. She's a desert creature. We out here living a good life, hot. And I ain't any bad. I ain't any bad, dude. Now, you get into 96 territory, we got a problem. I used to work, dude. One of my first jobs was extremely hot because it had a heater. It was screen printing, okay? Nobody's here. I'm not really doxing much. There's 10 people here. I was a screen printer when I was a kid. And you had to dry those shirts with a heater afterwards. So it would be like Memphis summer heat, high humidity, 90s outside. And then we got a fucking heater inside, no AC, just this motherfucker baking, bro. What am I looking at over here? Why, hold up. Why is that in the way right now? What the fuck is going on? Whose way was it? It was my way, not yours. So anyway, I got used to like really high heat work environment, I guess, when I was younger. So now, high heats, maybe, I don't know, they bother me less. Because it's not that heat. It's not that, I know it's not that hot. You know? It's not that bad. It was like the therapy we talked about, where you submersion therapy, what is it called? Where you, like the spider thing, where you make people hang out with spiders and they get used to spiders. Where you make people hang out with heat, they get used to heat. I got used to heat in my teenage years from that, as well as pizzas. I delivered pizzas and made pizzas when I was younger at places, and there's that pizza oven's right there, dude. It's putting out some heat. That was also one of my first jobs. I know it's a lot of heat, Younger. It's good. It's good for you. Like, I really don't really mind it until it gets around like 85. I get a little bit uncomfortable, but then I get past it. But once it's 95, yeah, I gotta start dripping a little bit, you know, up in here and shit. And it's like, okay, now it's getting hot. I'm sweating. I'm drippy. Yeah, I can't handle the cold though. That's the thing. I can't handle the cold at all. Unless it's like summer nights and I got the blankets on me. But otherwise, like if it's like it's winter time or something, oh man, I don't like cold at all. I didn't have a job at a freezer. I tried that. I didn't like it. I mean, working for a labor ready, they'll have you working everywhere. And at one point, they had me at some food manufacturer working in the coolers. Stacking stuff. It was whipped cream. I've had a lot of jobs, dude. Especially because I've worked with Labor Ready and different staff, the multiple staffing agencies in multiple states. I take the jack of all trades thing to the next level. And that was, I quit doing that like a while ago, so in a pretty short amount of time, I had like a shit ton of jobs. I can't hold a job very well, though. That's the problem. I don't know. I can't even hold this job very well. I got demonetized off YouTube and shit, and I've lost almost everybody that used to come through here. I can't hold any job. It's been proven. And I had plenty of what's the word? Man, I just lost the word. Reason. It was a better word, but I had plenty of reasons to do better. Like, if I would have done the Darrell Brooks trial, dude, I would have carried over the People's Convoy, a lot of the People's Convoy people, 70, 76 people, I would have carried over with that, but I stopped it because I didn't want to give that dude the attention that I knew that he was doing it for. And I kind of fucked everything up with that. That's where I kind of like lost the momentum why I didn't cover Darrell Brooks. Morals. I had the morals. The morals fucked me though. Ethics, morals, which is morals, right? The morals fucked me, dude. I should have just covered it and laughed like everybody else. Idiot. I didn't even watch any of that trial because of it. Him. And I even put on some videos when he first hit people. Like, I thought it was gonna be something I wanted to cover. Thanks, Bill. Oh shit. Oreo roll. Did you ever say hi to me in here when I said something? I was paying attention. I don't want to ignore people. I would not like. Damn, when did I do it? Was it that long ago? No, it's not. Who are you? What did I say? I thought I said something in here, man. Am I fucking banned in here? God damn it, did he ban me again? Dude. Okay, no, he didn't. I thought he banned me again. Do we want to watch this? Hold on, let's watch this for now.
Because of the fact that we've created a movement, they should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is we owe $20 trillion.
Where is this audio coming from?
Jobs, American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck.
I had this on earlier.
But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So
she
what
looks
I'm
like a
saying
bitch,
is
dude.
we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton get
Well, let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago.
She was a secretary.
We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million.
Who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have wanted to.
He wanted it to collapse, though.
The country, there are many places.
The argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown. You have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only, you go to Ferguson, you go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
but we need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of Black communities in our country. You know, the vibrancy of the Black church, the Black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little.
What the fuck?
We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now, and this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm, and we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary Kitten, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, you know, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to police,
we're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
Are you drinking?
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and
Was she drinking out of my cup up here?
This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case
going
to the American
downtown.
people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
How are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. It's literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929, by the time we finished. So we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And
it was COVID, though.
You know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is,
why does he seem like he's on speed?
That doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President
Does
Trump,
he seem like he's on
follow
speed
up
or
if I
something?
can. You want
to respond
Biden?
to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minutes that we give
off
you.
about him.
I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China, it's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. Yeah. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months, and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster,
president of death.
The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine, and he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening?
I was about to
They're in
say,
a situation
what?
where
Trillionaires?
they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year
Jesus
period.
Christ, he needs to get his
debt. We'd be able to
M's, B's, and
make
T's
sure that
right.
all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the the COVID, excuse me, with
Holy
dealing with everything we have to do with look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
He's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence, and it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Lou.
Thank you, President Trump. Tana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court
does taste a little
overturned Roe v.
different.
Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical, because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
What did he say? He's saying some weird stuff, isn't he?
Murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision.
Are we talking about immigration or abortion?
But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what
I'm ready for them to
wanted,
talk about immigration, bro.
The founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't.
You give a shit about abortion.
Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able
to. Bitches want to kill their babies.
Everybody wanted it brought back.
I don't give a shit. They probably would have taken care of them anyway, you know?
I was the one to do it. And again, this gives
border,
the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states.
More abortion talk. Is abortion? Do women really care that much about killing their kids?
No legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion.
What the fuck? Why do women even get to vote?
Any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
Whatever. I don't give a shit about abortion rights.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
Biden's trying to talk.
That is simply not true.
Why are they letting him talk?
Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court.
Because things changed. Because Planned Parenthood wasn't a thing 51 years ago. They could monetize it.
MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found found ourselves in a situation where, when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers.
The Border Patrol endorsed Biden? I never saw that.
And the families were separated.
I've been watching.
That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened, I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more.
It's like the fifth time he's misspoke.
I really don't know what he said at the end of this. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do is leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that.
I think they did actually endorse him.
Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we
called him Brandon.
Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed 3 American soldiers.
Broke him.
American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress.
Get rid of
all
that.
Of the different things I approved.
It's still around.
They
I just used it.
We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it. which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people
A
to come
doctor
in.
was going to look up
It's a
my
very sad
butthole
day in America.
because of choice at the Irvine Hospital.
Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since
I didn't want him to look at my butt. No, we're not
1
better
million
off.
of them now have
No.
insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now.
No.
And he opposed, his group opposed that.
We're not better off. Some veterans are better off because they didn't have coverage before that was passed. Some veterans are better off.
We're
Not
also in a
all.
situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm a veteran.
World War I cemetery, he refused to
You
go.
want to look at my
He was
nipples?
standing with his 4-star
Those are
general,
veteran
and he told me,
nipples.
He said, I don't want to go in there because there's a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're a sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump? First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
The 4-star general standing to your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him.
Abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. So he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. But he didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did. To Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. It was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
Before he takes office. Wow.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away. And by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict. But so far, Hamas has not released
they shouldn't have been able to
the
prepare for these questions.
And Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward.
Was here.
Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, in Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them.
Reading something, dude. I don't like that.
I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel.
His eyes are
no
fixed.
one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I have 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations, because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world.
It was a good time to be alive.
All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of,
I've heard that.
In writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Did that happen?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in that dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll not forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would
Atlanta
have been
even
destroyed.
was fucked up.
When you look
the
at
city he's
all
in
of
right now.
They took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up on Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. after a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor, otherwise you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas, torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. They spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor has, every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Were you dancing too? Where are you dancing to?
Just a week in Russia. President Trump was part of it. President Trump gave the first $1.3 billion to Ukraine in 2017 of the first offensive weapons. He then sent Mike Pompeo over there in 2019 to say that we're going to put NATO there. So, and then he walked away from the intermediate range nuclear treaty with Russia unilaterally. We had a nuclear weapons treaty that we wouldn't put intermediate missiles in Ukraine or the other former Soviet satellite states. And President Trump walked away from it. So the two of them are equally culpable in the provocations that led to this war. And I'm not excusing Putin. Putin didn't need to go into Ukraine. And he should be held responsible too. But we need to look at our responsibility, and it falls both on the backs of President Trump and President Biden.
To the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions.
Off your ass.
The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Dropped to a record low under your presidency. Black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans.
5 times.
What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce Black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home.
For being Black?
So they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those Black families and those Black individuals were provided, had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for Black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing Black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the Black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking Black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking Black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy. Though. Absolutely decimated the economy. Right. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands and millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing anything, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks, and that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything.
That was a good meal. That was fucking excellent. Mixed vegetables with chicken.
Environmental numbers.
It's delicious.
And my top environmental people.
I'm mixing some lima beans in that one.
I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have those. They don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just have the money now to be able to get those.
The audio went low where I left. What's going on?
The idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water. He hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion. And China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence. We're not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get us under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people to learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing will do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times, and and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected. Much more so than him.
I'm a kitty cat.
The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. Sorry. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history.
Publishers Clearinghouse said so.
That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to do.
Are you ready to win $1 million?
He did very.
Are you ready?
We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more, because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that were important.
My nipples.
Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But you notice he never took out my tariffs, because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't, because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border were it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot.
The dog?
We were getting very low numbers, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways.
Wait,
the numbers
we're talking about immigrants now?
The amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border. The worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him, because the border's so bad.
In the vaginas of the women.
But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden.
And the buttholes of the men.
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal.
Those machines aren't manned
machines,
for some reason.
More be able to detect drugs, more numbers of...
They didn't give them the money to put the employees in them.
People at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. He never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl.
No, you're
Mexico
not.
is working with us
That's
to make
a
sure
lie.
they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, because this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say there's a hostage.
Well, stop
now we have a
biting me.
hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know,
why doesn't he do it?
Wherever we may have wood,
asshole.
that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test, and you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor, and then I took another one, a similar one, and one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want in NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Boom, 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 boom. Excellent. Yo, Kitty, you look hot down there. She's upside down. She's on her back with her legs wide open. She's like, I'm Howard. Please cool me down. You man, put some ice on me. I don't know, I'm so hot. I'm just a kitty. Could put your ice on me. Is that what you're singing?
You saw the Biden stumble message, right?
Right. So I'm just going to ask, yeah, Biden stumbled a few times.
I overdid it on the mixed vegetables, y'all. We're going into overtime. That's what it said. Final countdown.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Don't worry. Yeah. I'm good. Nice to see you. Don't be sorry.
Debate. What's my thoughts on it? Pinto beans. Slow cooked. You know what I'm saying? You can just engulf yourself in that in a bathtub. Nice little pit of pinto beans, man. That sounds like heaven.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America.
From China
example,
only,
he wants
right?
to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much.
He's reading something, dude.
You know what that did?
His
That
eyes are
reduced
fixed.
the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years.
I know he's reading something.
Because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available.
Why can't Trump call him out on it?
All along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever.
No reading aloud if you want to be my president.
He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and ready.
I think he actually might have done that if it wasn't Obama.
That's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the
VA.
So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump. President Biden, stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Wait, is it over? Barack Obama was president in 2016, so Obama did it, dude. Obama did choice. Choice is already around, man. I got to go to an outside doctor to get a heart MRI done, and it was through that program. I also saw an eye doctor around the same time, through the same program. 2016. I wasn't either one of them. Why do fucking people, they take credit for shit they didn't even do, dude. Both of them are taking credit for choice. But it was, at minimum, it was Obama. It had to have been. I'm one of the very few veterans that used it, probably. So I definitely, it was it. I have the card and everything. I have the card in my wallet, dude. It was the same card that I had back then. It says Veterans Choice on it. It pisses me off that both of them are trying to take credit for Veterans Choice a little bit. Like, a little bit, it pisses me off a bit, because they're both lying. Trump won it, though, because Biden's stumbling over himself. That was such a weird ending to a debate. CNN kind of sucks, dude. I feel like they used to be better. Like, during Desert Storm coverage, they were pinnacle. They were at their peak. With the tracer rounds. Look like fucking Star Wars, man. As a CNN was at their peak. Now Al Jazeera could do the same thing. They didn't used to have that capability. It was American media that was covering the war. Now anybody can do it. Technology to increase as much as it has, man. I can do it. I can be a news anchor. Definitely wasn't like that then. It's amazing how we can just go live on a platform and the world can see it. Don't hurt me, world. Don't hurt my butt. Oh, it's so tender. Ooh, don't hurt my butt. Ooh. Yeah, I can't keep on with that. That song was too raunchy. Mama would not be proud. Is it over for real? What is the deal with this station now? What's going on? I like this music. It keeps me pumped. Makes me wanna jump on a bench and read a book about a nook and cranny I can't reach 'cause I'm too short, 'cause I'm too tall. I wanna know the feeling of being too short. How long is this shit gonna go on, man? I can't do this forever. I have limitations here. I'm not a robot. What is it? What is this red carpet shit going on over here? What's going to go on? Why have they been live on this red carpet for the past 2 hours? Is there something going to happen or what? I've been waiting. Am I the only one? I can't be. I need a voice coach. And you know I need a lemon. I need the lemon. JFK dude still talking. He is doing his thing. Talking to the people, the steeple. How much more can we take before the bottom falls? And we all go with it. I don't have my parachute on, but I got my Jesus cracker in my pocket with my sardines and my green olives. I've got it ready to go, ready to jump, ready to eat my Jesus lump. In my pocket, music started over again. Let's do this shit for 1,000 more years. I got the stamina to do it. Fuck. Fucked up again. Who's this bitch?
Weak, horrible president who is the weakest president in our nation's history, with the weakest performance, capstoning the weakest presidency with a border crisis, Bidenflation, weak national security. So this reset will only continue to skyrocket President Trump's support in the polls.
Congresswoman, going into this debate,
if you don't
conversations with Trump about
enjoy
what the next steps would be post-debate, maybe an announcement on the vice
stick a dick in it.
I talked to President Trump a lot. I'm proud to be one of his strongest allies. I'm proud to be the first member of the House to endorse his re-election. This is an overwhelming win on the debate stage, but most importantly, President Trump is focused on not only winning this November, but bringing success to the American people, returning to the effective policies that we saw under President Trump's first term, securing the border, unleashing American energy independence, standing up for hardworking families who have been crushed by Joe Biden's inflation from the trillions of dollars of reckless spending.
President Biden called him a convicted felon on the stage tonight and said, obviously we know that he's going into a sentencing before the convention. Your thoughts on that, how the former president moves forward?
My thoughts on that are Joe Biden has illegal and unconstitutionally weaponized his Department of Justice to go after his top political opponent. That's Donald J. Trump. The American people see through this. As a New Yorker, when we have violent criminals returned onto our streets because of failed Democrat policies, and we have a radical DA like Alvin Bragg refuse to prosecute violent crimes but go after Joe Biden's top political opponent, the American people see through it. It's a form of election interference, and that's why President Trump's polls continue to go up and up, because if they can do that and be politically weaponized against President Trump, they can do it against any American. I got to do one more interview. Trump. Should we get a? Do you want a Trump? There's Trump, and let's see. Oh, Byron Donalds, I see that. Oh yeah,
Were the best parts from Trump, and what were the worst parts from Biden, in your opinion?
Look, I think the best parts from Trump were when he was talking about his policy record as the President of the United States. I thought he was at a particularly poignant moment when he said that the reason I ran was actually because of Joe Biden's failures. That's a unique thing to say. I think it was very personal. I think it was human, and I think it landed because it was true. A guy like Donald Trump doesn't have to be putting himself through what he's going through, and I think that landed as really authentic and vulnerable and true in a way that you don't usually get from politicians. I think the worst moments for Joe Biden really came at the very opening of the debate, only because that sustained itself throughout, but people wondered, is this man ill? Is this man mentally capable? Is he competent? And I think people came out with the answer to that question, is he mentally competent? Is he mentally capable? The answer was no. What you have, I think, for many people who might have otherwise been open to supporting Biden is, you might have a lot of people who won't cast the vote vote for Biden based on what they saw tonight, even though they might have some personal sympathy for him as an old man who was really cast as a sacrificial lamb out there tonight.
The issue of Islamic Republic of Iran came up a few times, especially about when both candidates were asked about October 7th, and also the fact that the Iranian regime has been selling billions of dollars of oil during the Biden administration. What do you think about the contrast when it comes to foreign policy between the two?
So I think that was one of the most solid contrasts.
Under Biden, that they knew they couldn't do under Trump.
Senator, I know you were expecting the former president to do well. Were you expecting the president to do this poorly?
I didn't know what to expect. I mean, the guy spent, I don't know what they did for 6 or 8 days in Camp David, getting ready for this. He repeated things that are not true, but he's also said things that, to be frank, there were times I couldn't understand what he was saying. Thank God we had that closed caption. I don't know how those guys did it. But there were times I couldn't understand what he was saying, to be fair. Maybe he was saying something brilliant and very astute, but I couldn't understand it. So I think that was a problem. But look, I think voters saw it. I don't think there's any spinning out of it. And again, I think it's a dangerous thing for our country. But I want to go back to the core, and the core of this is the country was better off when Trump was president. Whether you like everything he says or not, that's the bottom line, and that's how most Americans are going to end up voting, is who are they better off on?
Senator, you are a top pick in the VP contention. How do you feel about your chances to be next to President Trump?
Well, that's what they say in the media. I mean, I don't know if I'm a top pick. That's what I've heard reported. But I've said that before. Look, I think ultimately, the president has a lot of really good people to choose from, and we've got 10 or 12 people that are better than Kamala Harris. So, he'll make that choice. Only he can make that choice, and I'm confident it'll be a really good choice. And we'll wait for him to make that choice.
Senator, what do you think is the
anything at this point
about? No. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you anyway.
Any conversations with Trump?
I mean, they've gone through the normal process that you go through anytime you're talking, but I'm sure they're doing that with a lot of different people. But no one's told me anything, and frankly, I didn't expect them to.
Do you want that position?
Well, anytime you have an opportunity to serve, like I've served for a while now in the Senate, and I'd be happy to continue to serve there. I think there's a lot of work left to be done. But when if you have a chance to serve in the executive branch at the right hand of a president with a chance to fix so much of what's wrong with our country, you have to be honored by that opportunity, and you have to consider it obviously very seriously. I would be honored that, but again, I'm being presumptuous that nothing's been talked to me about that.
Senator, the optics tonight. Can you talk about the optics tonight?
Yeah, they were a disaster for Biden. I mean, it's just not good. It's bad for the country. Like I said, they're watching. I mean, our adversaries have television. They have TVs. I mean, they're going to get to see this, and they make analysis about all this. And I worry about that. I also worry about who's actually calling the shots in the White House. It's hard to believe that the man I saw on stage tonight. And look, I didn't serve with Joe Biden in the Senate, okay? But I was around when he was vice president. I even watched a video today of 4 years ago to today. I mean, it's just painfully obvious. I don't want to be cruel about it. It's just the reality. But I do worry that our adversaries will read into it that they can make decisions. And you have to ask yourself, who's actually making decisions on a daily basis in the White House? Because I don't think the person we saw tonight could be involved in the details of governing at this point, from what I saw.
What is the effect on Russia and Ukraine?
I'm going to go the other way.
Yeah. Well, I think
Joe Biden makes your life harder.
Think he'll be vice president, that dude.
Makes your life easier and better.
The Mexicans might vote for him.
Don't have to listen to media or me. They get to look at their own paycheck to figure out which economy was better. They can look at the southern border to figure out which one was closed, which one's open, and they can look at the crime and the devastation in the streets across America and come to a very simple conclusion. We need 4 more years of Trump.
Senator, do you think this debate will swing any voters?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are probably 10 to 15% of American voters who have not made up their mind. If you were watching this debate, you're voting for Donald Trump. It's one of the greatest contrasts between two politicians I've ever seen in my life. The dominance of Donald Trump was undeniable, and that's why the Joe Biden camp started putting up that he had a cult. They're looking for a way to cover the tracks before the debate was over. That is a telltale sign, undeniably.
Senator, how important is this debate at all?
Listen, this is the most powerful country on the planet. The leader of the free world has having a chance for the American people to make a decision based on the style, the substance of the two candidates. Very important night, very good night. I'd say great night for Donald Trump.
Senator, can you shed any light on whether you'll be the candidate for vice president?
I can only shed a light on the fact that 4 more years of Donald Trump will make America a stronger, healthier, better place to live, and 4 more years under Joe Biden leads us towards socialism.
Senator, former President Donald Trump talked about one of your... Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
He talked about one of your key issues on the stage tonight, opportunity zones. Talk about what that meant and how that elevated for this.
It's an exciting time for the people living in impoverished communities. Under Donald Trump, we saw My Opportunity Zone signed into law. What that means is $70 billion committed to the poorest communities, oftentimes majority minority. $70 billion has led to, in those communities, about an 8% wage growth versus 3% outside of the zones, 20% appreciation in your property values, and the restoration of hope. It was a really good 4 years for people who grew up like I did in a single-parent household mired of poverty. So talking about opportunity zones is talking about perhaps the most powerful force for good from an anti-poverty focus on the private sector we've seen in my lifetime.
Happy to get a shout out from the stage.
Listen, it's always good to hear your name called if it's called in a positive way, but bottom line is it's not about me. It's about what can we do to make sure that the American people experience their version of the American dream, and that's what we should all be focused on and working towards.
Thank you guys.
So it's a really good night.
In Senator, I gotta go, bitches.
What do you think?
A millionaire. Oh, look, there's a prior.
I'm glad we have a process whereby people can hear from both of the candidates. But I think it was fairly embarrassing that the rest of the world gets to see this, that they get to see the leader of the free world in that state.
What was your assessment of President Biden, Doctor? Do you think he was winsome and capable?
No, I think he was rambling and unfortunately did not represent our country very well.
What do you make of the White House saying that he had a cold tonight?
Well, I guess they're looking for any excuse that you can find. You know, he looked like he was healthy, relatively healthy. And, you know, I really felt sorry for him as he struggled to come up with answers, and he was trying to remember the things that they've told him. And many times he would switch from one subject to another and then start rambling. It really was not a very good performance.
Do you think it has to do with his age?
No, not necessarily. There are a lot of 90-something-year-old people who are very, very cognizant of what's going on and express themselves very well. I think it has a lot more to do with his physical condition.
Do you think that he'll show up? Who is this? Where are we?
Gavin's over there. All
okay, yep. All right, let me see.
Gavin. Oh my God, we're gonna hear California. What's he have to say? Really?
We're going to come in here. We'll come back soon.
Don't press.
Don't worry. Put your camera up high. It'll be good. That'll be great, guys. 15 seconds.
Can everyone take a step back? I'm being pushed.
15 seconds. All right, guys. And we're going to have you guys to bring up step back.
1 second. 1 second, guys. We'll do it after.
California, Gavin Newsom. We're about to get the press conference.
Go.
Great. Proud to be joined here today with members that fully represent the rich diversity of the Biden-Harris coalition. Look, tonight, I think what you saw, again, what we knew what we were going to see coming into the night, which is a very clear contrast, a very clear choice in this election. What you saw out of Donald Trump tonight was a man who took the stage and lied the entire night, grew increasingly unhinged throughout the night, and reminded the American people by the end of the debate exactly why they fired him in the first place 4 years ago. In contrast to that, you saw President Biden take the stage and did exactly what he did over the course of the last 4 years. Fight relentlessly on behalf of the American people. He fought through a cold, and he made the case for his historic record of accomplishment. Everything from 15 million jobs, 800,000 manufacturing
Who
jobs.
gets a cold
the work that he has
in
done
June?
Since the day he took office to lower costs for Americans, capping the cost of insulin at $35. The work that he's done to cap prescription drug costs out of pocket for our seniors at $2,000 annually. The work that he's going to continue to do in his second term. In Donald Trump, you saw somebody who repeatedly refused to say that he would accept the results of the election once again, the same way that he did so in 2020. We saw the way that that played out most violently on January 6th. He is all but promising to do that again if he loses this election again. He's already spent his months out on the stump saying that there's going to be a bloodbath if he loses this election. He reminded the American people in prime time of that very pledge tonight. We saw him talk about the fact that Roe v. Wade, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, was a great thing. Once again, as he is out on the stump every day talking about the fact that these extreme state-level abortion bans are playing out brilliantly. That is the fundamental contrast that the American people saw as this debate played out over the course of the night. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Hello, everyone. So,
is that Miss Eyelash?
I represent Texas,
No,
and we know that abortion is on the ballot. And to be clear,
that's a different one.
Tonight we saw two things. People can choose between a con-in-chief or a commander-in-chief. And so what we saw was someone who sat up there and was acting as if he was some used car salesman that wanted to just tell us whatever and pretend as if it was fact. The reality is that our president submitted to you what looks like substance. The substance of the issue is simple. We have somebody that is bragging about the fact that he took Roe v. Wade away from us. Whereas we know the next step. They've gone after mifepristone. They want to go after contraception. And unfortunately, in the state of Texas, they're talking about instituting the death penalty. What the American people have to decide is that they're going to choose themselves. This election isn't about all of the lies that Trump is selling you. What it's about is the
What's going to come out? I don't know. Who are you going to vote for? What's going to come out? What's going to come out? Who are you going to vote for?
And he did not
What's going to come out of this hole? Who are you going to vote for?
The reality is that people are dying. We had over 26,000 women that were impregnated in the state of Texas alone in the last year since the Dobbs decision as a result of rape. That is unacceptable. You all know the story of Kate Cox. You know the story of Dr. Denard. You know the story of women that are potentially losing their lives. And so there is only one clear choice, and that clear choice is Joe Biden and the blue team. And that's exactly why we're here.
All right, Senator, we are now going to Senator Warnock. Senator Warnock.
Listen, you addressed the president's performance.
Hold on, we're gonna go through the run show and we'll ask.
Elections are about the character of a nation. They are about jobs, they're about the economy, they're about war and peace, about a whole range of issues. But at the end of the day, it's really about the character of a country. And the American people got a chance tonight to be reminded about the character of Donald Trump, a man who stood there and lied for 90 minutes straight. But what I was also struck by was by what he did not say. Every time he was asked a question that had something to do with the lives of the ordinary working class people that I represent here in the state of Georgia, did you notice he never answered the question? When he was asked about child care, which is a real issue in this country. A lot of people can't get to work because they don't have child care.
Try having enough money to pay for child care, you fucking weirdos. My parents didn't get help for child care.
And prescription drugs. Well, I know
the fuck is that shit? Why do people need help with child care?
I passed it, and Joe Biden signed it into law. When it came to anything having to do with ordinary people, he reminded us that this man wants to do a tax cut that went to the richest of the rich on the backs of ordinary working class poor people, middle class people. We passed a tax cut, the largest tax cut for middle and working class people in American history. He's trying to divide us. And we've got to make sure that we stand up as a nation, and stand up for the American covenant, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. And we should always be afraid of somebody who's telling us to be afraid of each other. that's Donald Trump. America's better than Donald Trump, and I believe that come November 5th, the American people are going to stand up once again and prove it as they did in 2020.
Is the president the best
All right, we're now going to go. We're going to go.
Yo, Long Beach in the house.
We're going to get
Garcia.
to everybody's questions.
See,
We're
why
now
is
gonna
he
go to,
everywhere,
to
bro?
Governor
He just got into Congress this year, and he's everywhere already.
I'll associate myself with
The
many of
fuck is
comments
tripping
that
me
were just
out,
made.
man? He was our mayor.
To me, that was just daylight and darkness.
Last year or
I'm a little
something.
old-fashioned. I care about substance. I care about policy. I care about facts. I care about people being accountable
Small world,
to
man.
their lives. What I saw tonight was Donald Trump weakness masquerading as strength. A guy who was incapable, as the senator said, answering any question directly, obfuscating, pointing fingers, and more important than anything else, disgusted by the fact that I heard ex-president of the United States talk down the American economy, talk down the United States of America to the degree he did tonight.
Sir, what about the president's
As it relates to the president, on the substance, on the compare and contrast and economic record, where just in the last 3.5 years, that 15.6 million jobs represents 8 times more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. A 3% GDP growth, it's envy of the world, where we're seeing inflation tame
because
down
COVID
2/3,
fucked us
an
up so
economic
much,
policy
so-
and a vision for the future to bring back American manufacturing. I was very proud of the president tonight. So from my humble perspective, this is not about style. This is about delivering results for the American people. And tonight, I think Joe Biden not only asserted himself, he reminded people of his accomplishments and his vision for the future.
Congressman Garcia. Thank you, Congressman Garcia.
Look, I think first of all, let's be very clear. What you saw tonight was a clear contrast between a good man that we believe in, that is going to win re-election, and a con man, a criminal, and a traitor to this country. Let's also be very clear. Donald Trump tonight doubled down on his anti-immigrant rhetoric in the debate. He called somehow that immigrants are creating a rat nest in this country, that we're an uncivilized country because you bring immigrants in. That is offensive to the Latino community and to immigrants who have helped build the United States. As an immigrant myself, I'm disgusted at his rhetoric tonight. He's the most anti-Latino president that we have had in decades. And one other thing. He also tonight lied and lied again, especially about COVID and the pandemic. I lost 2 parents to the pandemic.
So?
One was actually a healthcare worker, my mother.
Okay.
And Donald Trump stood up there and lied about the pandemic while he was telling people
What did he lie about?
to inject bleach, to not take the vaccine,
That was a
and
joke.
cause more harm to this country when he was president than any president that we have seen. So Joe Biden tonight did what he needed to do, which was deliver a message about substance. We're proud of him, and we're going to win in November.
Great. And finally, and we're going to get to everybody's questions, but before we begin, Mary Trump.
I'm sorry that happened.
I want to make something very clear. The most embarrassing moment in our country's history was 2016, the day Donald Trump was elected. If we are unfortunate enough to put him in the White House again in 2024,
Why is he there, though? Yo,
this man
it's
has
making
one
sense to me.
policy position, and it's to keep himself out of prison. We saw
Who the
tonight
fuck is
that
she?
he does nothing but lie. Do not let the fact that he lies loudly and with impunity blind you to the fact that he is a traitor to this country. We have seen him betray this country. And we know that the people who know him best cannot support him because of
She's
that.
related to Trump.
I've known Donald Trump all of my life.
Oh.
He's the same man now
Well,
as he
okay.
was when I was a child. He's incapable of changing.
She looks like him.
And if we let him anywhere near the levers of
This guy's
power
jawline.
again, that would be one of the worst mistakes this country could ever make. And I believe at that point, the American experiment would be over. We must
Shit all
re-elect
stepped on the
President
kitten's
Joe
head.
Biden. Thank you.
What about Joe Biden? Scholars in the House are talking tonight in Washington about replacing President Biden. Do you support that idea?
Look, I would never turn my back on President Biden. Never turn my back on President Biden. I don't know a Democrat in my party that would do so, and especially after tonight. We have his back. We run not the 90-yard dash. We are all in. We're going to double down in the next few months. We're going to win this election.
But what about his performance? What about his performance tonight? Everyone's questioning his performance.
Well, how about the substance? Again, I mean...
But it's the performance everyone's talking about, Governor. You have to address the performance.
Would you be willing to take that ticket?
I'm not even...
Everyone's talking about the performance.
I'll never turn my back on
Are you ready to take on Donald Trump?
Senator, do you have any concerns about his fitness for office?
None. I've spent a lot of time with him. I know Joe Biden. I know what he's accomplished in the last 3.5 years.
Baby
kitty, what he's capable of.
Let me touch your paws.
No trepidation.
Are you capable
Oh,
listen.
touching
We can talk
your
about
paws. So soft. He's so soft. Little paws. Little paws. Oh, hey guys. Sorry. Brought y'all over here.
Yeah, get out of that. Like, you want me to go in? I can't. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Classes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
I think it's better.
That was just like a bit of a mess. Okay.
You alright?
Yeah. Get over here. Who's this guy?
It's so hot. Is it over? It's 89.6 degrees in here. It's still pretty warm. Not the coolest. I'm starting to get hot because these headphones have been on for so long.
Governor Newsom, would you accept the Democratic nomination at an open convention, Governor Newsom? Governor
Mayor
Newsom.
Muffs.
Stand on the stage and lie for 90 minutes left.
Governor Newsom, would you accept the Democratic nomination at an open convention?
Joe Biden is our
Would you
Democratic
accept it?
nominee.
Thank you guys. Thanks, guys. Step back, please. Step back. Step back.
Does he have like his own like special service, like California people that are like his California Secret Service? Probably. Government of California. He's the most powerful person in California. He probably has some sort of California Secret Service. That's him right there, the gray jacket. He's one of them.
On his vision for the
This guy's another one, turquoise tie.
I'm an old-fashioned guy. I'm not looking for a performer. I'm looking for someone that can deliver results for the American people.
Governor, that was a disastrous performance, wasn't it?
Well, I think the performance in the last 3 years has been anything.
There's another one, black tie, bald
He's
head.
delivered for the American people. He's laid out an economic plan. He laid out a vision for the future, and he delivered on substance. Donald Trump was a disaster tonight because he couldn't. I mean, the lies.
That wasn't Joe Biden.
No, I think the issue the voice and it may have had a cold or something. But I mean, look, that's not why I like the president.
Oh, another bald head. He's one of them too. I've seen a pattern here. I could be one of them.
What do you make of the debate?
I want to make sure that the free press is all right.
Tonight we saw two things. People can choose
Oh, what
between
the
a
fuck just happened?
con in
Did they
chief
take
or a
it?
commander in chief. And so what we saw was someone who
this is
sat up
from
there
earlier.
and was acting as if he was some used car salesman
This is
that wanted to
from
just tell us
earlier. They just
whatever and
looped
pretend
it,
as if it was
dude.
fact. The reality is that
They
our
just
president
looped it. I
submitted to
saw
you
it.
what looks like
I'm not
substance.
happy about
The
this.
substance of the issue is simple. We have somebody that is bragging about the fact
Fuck,
that he
man.
took Roe v. Wade away from us. Whereas we know the next step. They've gone after mifepristone. They want to go after contraception. And unfortunately, in the state of Texas, they're talking about instituting the death penalty. What the American people have to decide is that they're going to choose
this
themselves.
new
This election isn't
or
about all of the lies that Trump is selling you.
Is
What
she
it's about
saying
is the
some new
facts.
shit or
The
just some
facts are that he
bullshit?
took that right away from us, and he wants to take more rights away from us, and he did not shy away from it. Every time he didn't want to answer a question, he just decided to deflect. The reality is that people are dying. We had
Seems
over
like this might be new,
26,000
because they
women that
didn't
were
let her
impregnated
talk this
in
long.
the state of Texas alone in the last year since the Dobbs decision as a result of rape. That is unacceptable. You all know the story of Kate Cox. You know the
This
story
is so
of
old,
Dr.
yeah.
Denard. You know the story of women that are potentially losing their lives. And so there is only one clear choice, and that clear choice is Joe Biden and the blue team. And that's exactly why we're here.
Be my person to know.
Listen,
No.
We're gonna go through the run show and we'll have
elections are about the character of a nation.
Why isn't anybody here for me when I need
About the
them?
economy, about war and peace, about a whole range of issues. But at the end of the
AC
day, it's really
rib?
about the character
I don't
of
have
a
an
country.
AC right now because I
And
have
the
a
American
kitten.
people got a chance tonight to be reminded about the character of Donald Trump, a man who stood there and lied for 90 minutes straight. But what I was also struck by was by what he did not say. Every time he was asked a question that had something to do with the lives of the ordinary working class people that I represent here in the state of Georgia.
I know for sure now. I'm fucking good, baby. You fucking bitch ass motherfuckers. Show me the same loopy-de-loop ass shit. Think I'm stupid? I forgot to put the whiskey in it. I'm so thirsty. I'm just eating ice right now. Party foul. I gotta put some really expensive whiskey in it for the people. Yo, is this what Biden's listening to in his earpod? Wait, is this actually what's blaring up in there right now? Why aren't they swaying a little bit? Biden should be getting down, showing his chicken wang, getting down with this thing. Where you at, Biden? Where you at, Biden? Here we go, Ted. Motherfucker. I got a half shot here of the Blossom, the Vicky Harmony Blossom. I am one with the Japanese samurai now. For a, whoop, 5, 4, 3, 2. Not anymore.
Try to spin this, coming up with excuses, which they're already doing. It was a bad night for Joe Biden, and this is a bad presidency, and the American people see that. And New York, what's interesting is President Trump pulled just 6 points behind in New York. That gap is still going to close. This is a traditional blue state that the momentum is moving in President Trump's direction.
What are you falling over for, girl?
Seats in New York, and he's going to do very well on the ballot in New York State.
And then one more. Nikki Haley just tweeted that it's time to replace Joe Biden. They're going to replace him. But I heard you say that they're not going to, that he's going to be the Democratic nominee. Do you think there's no chance of them doing something right before the DNC?
Look, Joe Biden is on the ballot this November. We will defeat Joe Biden. Democrats, they are getting desperate because they know what of a disaster it was, including Biden insiders and Biden campaign people who have told folks on background that it's been a disaster and avoided the spin room because they know it was just a historic failure for Joe Biden. But look, Donald Trump is going to defeat Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the sitting president of the United States, and Donald Trump's going to beat him this November. I mean, it's desperate. It's full-time panic mode for Democrats. That first 20 minutes when Joe Biden froze up, it's clear he's unfit to be president of the United States. He's unfit to be an elected official or any big professional responsibility. And the American people saw that on stark display.
Inside a watch party tonight with several other Democrats. How did you guys interact with each other, and what were the side tonight?
We're all friends. I know all the other names that are in the mix. I've worked with all of them. I've known some of them for a long time. Went to college with Vivek. I've worked with Tim Scott. know Doug Burgum. So it's a team effort. We're all working very hard to support President Trump, and we're proud to serve as surrogates. And I know that we're all great friends. What was clear in that room was just watching the failure of Joe Biden. Those first 20 minutes were just catastrophic for Joe Biden.
You too, Ted.
To be commander-in-chief versus the strength of President Trump, who was able to talk about so much of his effective policies, whether it was border security, whether it was economic growth, whether it was peace through strength when it comes to national security, foreign policy issues.
Is there any topic that you're on board?
Sorry?
Was there any topic that President Trump honed in on during the debate or anything?
You know, I would say the moderators did a very good job asking questions, and I was hesitant with CNN, which is very biased in their coverage of President Trump, very biased in how they interview all Republicans, but their questions were good questions. They were policy questions, and they let the candidates answer the questions without editorializing. I think that's very important to have an effective, good debate for the American people to see. So I think that, you know, President Trump had the opportunity to talk about all the issues, and I'm looking forward to him continuing to communicate with the American people, which he loves doing, versus they have to hide Joe Biden. If this is what Joe Biden, this is his performance after a week of being in debate camp, that's catastrophic for him and an embarrassment.
Lisa, do Reuters.
You mentioned a lot of questions, a lot of topics on the table. Is there anything that you would like to see addressed that wasn't?
You know, I think the questions talked about the main issues that are on the American people's mind, questions on inflation, questions on the border, questions on national security issues, questions on energy. So I think the debate questions covered a broad range of policies that people are concerned about right now. And what was most important were the answers. We saw...
Dude, why aren't more politicians there?
Also lied,
you know what I mean?
About, the failures of
there are like hundreds of congressmen,
about many of his policy accomplishments,
hundreds of senators.
Biden, who just has created chaos.
There's only like 20 of them there.
War on American energy independence, or his very weak foreign policy that has hurt our national security.
It's kind of weird.
How just seeing the performance tonight, how are you feeling about being on that Trump list now?
I'm honored to have my name in the mix. I'm proud to be a good friend of President Trump and the first member of Congress to endorse his re-election in 2024. Most importantly, I'm the representative for New York's 21st Congressional District, so I'm proud to give my constituents a seat at the highest level. They support President Trump, and I'm proud to be a surrogate. And I've said I'd be honored to serve in a future Trump administration, but I am focused every day on making sure he wins this November.
Well, on that, how do you think he will swing voters in tonight's performance?
I think swing voters, as they have been increasingly, are going to
Senator, on what's important and states and bragging of this country.
Why is Governor Gavin Newsom here tonight?
I think Governor Newsom's here to check to see if, like, Joe Biden still has a pulse anymore. He's a pretty opportunistic guy who wants to be president, and right now the Democrats are in a state of freefall.
Representative, the Biden campaign has collapsed after this video?
The Biden campaign has collapsed, disintegrated. Joe Biden is clearly a man in decline.
This guy fucked your girlfriend, by the way.
Unfortunately,
years ago.
He is leading a country in decline. So if we want to restore hope and
this is Leonardo DiCaprio.
people, we've got to get President Trump back in the White House. And the best way to get the Trump policies,
the aviator.
Joe Biden didn't look like a man who was in command of the country or the facts or his own campaign or the debate. And like, this is after Joe Biden retreated to a log cabin in the woods for a week to get constantly drilled. Meanwhile, President Trump was out on the road, campaigning in swing states, carrying his message directly to the voters. America deserves an energetic president. We get that in President Trump, and with President Biden, it's more like a silver alert than an energetic president.
Representative Jesse with 11 Alive News here in Atlanta. This is a swing state. There are 8% undecided voters, right? A lot of those voters that I talked to say, I'm not showing up anyway. I'm going to stay home. Did this performance tonight convince these voters here in Georgia to come out and vote for your candidate?
That's a great point. President Trump will secure the border. He will save our economy. He will restore our standing in the world, and he will end the wars. I think that's what voters want in both political parties. And no matter what Joe Biden's campaign says, you saw a man who cannot execute on presidential vision. He could barely execute pre-planned,
stand lines in the debate. So I would encourage folks here in Georgia, if you want to see these interest rates come down, if you want to be able to buy a home, if you want your place of work to be growing and not contracting, you need to get out and vote for President Trump.
Earlier today, we talked to Governor Brian Kemp, and I asked him, hey, look, there are people who might like Trump's policies, but they do not like him. They don't like his character. They don't like what he represents. They don't feel like it's a person that their kids can look up to. How can he get around that? His character flaws.
You look up to Biden.
I saw someone on stage tonight displaying a focus and a seriousness that ought to really reassure those voters, reassure them that he's going to fight for them. President Trump's policies improved quality of life for people. Even people who didn't agree with him saw bigger paychecks, they saw cheaper gas, they saw their purchasing power go farther at the grocery store and when they were paying for electricity. And so you don't have to like President Trump to vote for him.
Do you just forget about the things that you don't like, though?
Well, you just have to like yourself. If voters care about their own economic conditions, their own safety, their own hope for a better future for the country, then they should vote for President Trump. Thank you.
For young voters, what does
it certainly refers to Joe Biden as my president.
Why?
I couldn't get
Why are they walking away from him already? There's somebody else already? Who is it? Who is it? I want to know. Where are you going to? You can go talk to her. You can talk to her. Sleepy. The black guy, talk to the black guy. Yeah.
That's not true. 18 million people haven't. Many have, but what do you say in response to things like that?
First of all, it's well over 10 million. And we don't know the amount of people that Border Patrol can't even account for. Let's be very clear on that. Number two, Joe Biden lied vehemently in that debate. He said at the beginning that no troops died under his watch. That is a lie. We lost 13 soldiers in the evacuation of Afghanistan through his dereliction of duty, through his weakness. It was a catastrophe what happened
Sweet
to our
little
country.
baby. Sweet little.
Listening like, wait a minute, did he just say no troops? Because that's a lie. We had to ask ourselves if that's what he said.
Where you going, sweet dang you, sweet baby? Yeah. We.
In the last Congress,
You better hold on.
where was the comprehensive immigration reform bill? Did it come up? I was in Congress. No bill like that came up.
Where you going? No, you can't climb on my head, silly. You want to stay up there, okay? Alright.
Record number of people coming across. We've also got the record number of fentanyl deaths, and he didn't really have an answer on any of that. And people who came tonight as a working family, worried about inflation, worried about public safety, worried about national security. They got no answers from Joe Biden. So big victory for President Trump. When do you expect him to make it vice president? What's your message to Donald Trump tonight? What's your message I'll have a chance to talk to President Trump, so I don't need to deliver that here, but I would just tell him, like everybody around him, is congratulations. He was calm, he was strong, he was focused, he was everything that people and I think, again...
She was looking at the top of the door.
For on President...
Let's try. Today on the docket, we are in possession of some celebrity-endorsed food. You better call Ted. You better call Will Ferrell and the other guys.
You heard him, Ted. You better call Ted.
We got Mac Wahlberg. I can't do a Boston accent. It always comes off as like a bad JFK. So yes, we have Wahlburgers as done by Hy-Vee. It's weird to me that Hy-Vee which is an Iowa chain, teamed up with a very East Coast-centric actor. Imagine if a Midwestern actor teamed up with Dunkin' Donuts, which is very Bostonian. Anyway, we have the barbecue bacon burger and...
Yeah, you're right. Mark Wahlberg should have been a Dunkin' Donuts representative.
Pickles. Let's try one of these.
Fried pickles, bro. It's a pedo thing. I almost got attacked, y'all. Did you see that shit? I barely got her in time.
It's fried pickle. Excuse me. Now let's see our barbecue bacon burger.
What a gross human. What do you say that for, Miro? You just having a burger.
Let's see, it's got
some pickles. Hey, stop calling my chair up, cat.
Jalapenos, avocado, and barbecue sauce on bottom. Fresh jalapenos too, not even pickled jalapenos.
Ooh, it looks juicy.
Which, oh boy, I remember the first time I had a fresh jalapeno. It was at Red Lobster.
What?
We got the crab nachos, and I was like, oh, this is just gonna be like the pickled.
Can't you just imagine giving him a big juicy hug?
Anyway,
Like, say it's like in a sauna or something, and you're both butt naked. He'd be so squishy and wet.
$17
You would love
for a
it.
sandwich.
You would love the feeling of it. Just close your eyes.
Let's see if that price tag is worth it.
Yeah. It would sound like that.
Good lord, I ordered this medium. Look at that. That is atrocious.
You can order it a certain way? What? You can order your burger a certain way at the fast food place? That's sketch. I wouldn't trust it. Not unless they got a timer for it or something. It's perfect every time.
Guys, I don't think Mark Wahlberg knows how to cook a burger.
Too much of the fat on the lungs? Yeah, it's bad for the COVID. Why is
It is,
he doesn't know how to chew
clash of flavors,
with
'cause,
his
like,
mouth shut.
Avocado and jalapeno tend to lean more Tex-Mex. Barbecue, American South. You know, and white cheddar doesn't really go with either.
Jeez. Like, he could take a smaller bite and probably taste it a little better. I think he feels like the bigger the bite, the bigger the flavor.
Parasite from this. Some people.
Oh, he's dipping
think
it.
that, like,
He's dipping it in. What? He's dipping in the oil is dripping off of it. What the fuck?
Some people think that. So, the thing about ground beef is that you really shouldn't eat it rare.
Bro.
Unless you grind it fresh yourself. The reason you eat a steak rare is because bacteria can't penetrate the flesh of beef. So,
water.
You should
He's
be
making
able
me
to
thirsty.
Eat a steak as rare as you want. Even, you know, if you like steak tartare. Although, nowadays they irradiate everything, so that should kill any unwanted bacteria. Here, wait.
Is he making you thirsty too? He's making me so thirsty, dude. I feel like I'm in the desert right
Sorry, I need to take a picture of this, because this is insane. Like,
Parched.
this is looking very unhealthy. No. There's a limit to how rare I'll eat a burger.
In the desert.
And I ordered it medium, okay? I just want to say, like, it is not my fault. I didn't order this rare by accident. I specifically chose a medium cook. I'm also realizing now that they forgot my... But they forgot my, iced tea that I ordered.
Oh, you forgot it.
$17. But it comes with a free drink. But they forgot to send the drink.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I know. I ordered DoorDash. I'm sorry. Look, today's a lazy day. I had a long week.
DoorDash? Bro, I can't even afford that shit anymore. It's so expensive. You pay like, dude, it's stupid expensive nowadays to have something delivered for food.
Man, I had such a good experience this morning.
He's getting so fat he doesn't want to leave the house.
That was so good.
He's embarrassed of his fatness. See? See, he was embarrassed of his meal that he got. He had to have it delivered to him. Holy shit. What the hell?
I do that in front of you, but those are salty.
Yeah, but that's a bunch of sugar.
This isn't just not a good
Oh, it's fake sugar.
This
It's
is
okay.
a bad burger. Like, this stuff is like frozen food. It is so... It's too salty. It's too salty. I may try to throw the rest of this in the microwave to salvage it, but at least I can have the bacon.
That's salty, isn't
It
it?
tastes like freezer bacon.
Hell's freezer bacon.
How's it Bebop's?
Opposed to what?
A fast food chain from Iowa.
Refrigerator bacon?
Has higher quality bacon on its griddle than, you know, the...
As a bacon
Some of
connoisseur,
those products are
I
usually
can tell.
bad, but never this bad. Excuse me. Because, like, there's a certain level of... There's a certain level of, God, what do you call it?
I think it's hotter on his chin because of that. I think he's hot all the time right here on his neck. Makes me feel hot just thinking about it.
Hulk Hogan had a spaghetti restaurant called Pasta Mania.
I didn't know that. Oh, it's cold. Oh, it dripped on me.
Sorry, that's just like now I'm thinking about all the celebrity endorsed products out there. It really is amazing that the Mr. Beast cookies were actually pretty decent that I had over a year ago now.
A sequel extension.
Although apparently Mr. Beast burger is terrible. To the point where Mr. Beast is actually suing the company that he contacted to.
Reason where is he about?
But, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
He's too embarrassed to get the extender.
It's almost like people who aren't in the restaurant business
Yeah,
should stay out of the restaurant business, because that's a very long and
cheeseburger.
you know, that's an industry that takes a lot of knowledge to navigate. That's why, you know, people ask me like, "Oh, Royce, do you want to have a?"
I want to see him with hair.
Product that you have, and I'm like, I don't know, like, because I don't want my name even if I were a big time celebrity, I wouldn't want my name attached to anything weird. Excuse me. Maybe like I do specifically like. I just import stuff from other places and say it's mine. So, like, you know, Royce's ketchup chips, all the way from Canada. Royce's sour cream and onion Doritos, all the way from Japan.
Y'all stop making fun of my baby boy Royce here.
One time
He's my
Burger King
protege.
had a French fry chip that they sold.
Fucking assholes. He can't help it. Got a thyroid
It was
problem.
basically just like a rectangular potato crisp.
Why you gotta be so judgmental?
It was really good.
What made what? Let's see your pecker. I'm just playing. I don't want to see anybody's pecker.
But I'm not. I'm grossed out.
Or get banned anywhere.
It's too much. It's too much. That is too rare, and that's too salty. Honestly, you know what this reminds me of most? When I tried that Willy Wonka burger when I had that cold. So all I was tasting was the salt. It's like that. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. Y'all have a good one. This is Crispiness. I'm outie.
Bro, he just like ended that abruptly, didn't he? He got heartburn. It was like, I'm out of here. He's like, oh, I'm about to throw up. If I don't get more bacon, I gotta go. Guys, I got a desire. You know this bottle? I might even be able to get like $30 for the bottle. Isn't that stupid? It's because it's so delicious. Chikatara sama, mama, ooh, ooh, boop, boop, bada, bada, boop, boop.
Good morning, everyone. This
One day ago, he's really been popping these things out, man.
It is hot.
I haven't been paying attention.
I'll be honest with you.
Chick-fil-A spicy biscuit and peach shake? That sounds delicious.
Spencer is completely underwater, as is Okaboji.
Shut the hell up and eat it, fat boy.
There. So yeah, we got the spicy biscuit. And we got the palate cleanser.
Shut the fuck up and eat it, fat boy. Shut the fuck up. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. He likes it though. He likes being called fat boy. That's why he eats this shit. The fuck, this thing vomited all over itself.
Licking it.
We just said self at the same time. Did you hear that?
Knife in it to try it though. Last
No.
night, my brother actually took a knife, or dipped a knife in it to try it though. Last knife, he didn't want to cut himself.
It was the self right there.
This has chunks of actual peach in it.
Ooh, that sounds good
Almost
actually.
vanilla.
Vanilla peach. That sounds pretty freaking tasty. Dude, I like peach. I like peach, man. I like the peach Jolly Rancher.
Bits in there.
So a peach shake though, that sounds pretty
Because it's
sweet.
not actually, you know.
It needs to be a bigger straw though, like a pearl tea straw or something. They bullshit with that straw, bro. The fuck?
I hate to say it, but I think the high quality is actually working against it here.
What do you mean? Oh, because it's hard to suck to the straw?
We're using actual peach puree instead of peaches and syrup or something.
Yeah. It's hard to get to the straw.
Excuse me.
It's clogging.
And so that's making it less, you know, peach forward.
Oh, I see. You can. It's not a. Yeah.
Peaches and syrup used to be my favorite fruit item that they'd have at the high school food.
Are you paying attention?
School when we'd get the school lunch.
Oh yeah, that's what they were saying. He has a cold. Who gets a cold in June?
It's healthy, sorta, but it's also covered in sweet goo.
But he is chugging that. He needs to just slurp it
Similar effect to the boba.
with a
where each slurp is bringing more fruit bits into my mouth.
a spoon. He could just be dumping it into his face.
I think part of it too, though, is when I think of peaches, I don't think of actual peaches. I think of peach flavor.
I think of vagina.
Peach rings.
Anybody else think of vagina?
Peach
When you think of peaches? Like a peach fuzz?
Like the peach flavor that you.
I could eat a peach for hours. Wink.
Candy is more akin to like mango almost.
Calling it says it bangs. Dude,
Whereas real
happen to
peaches
anybody.
are, they're a fruit. They don't have like that. They don't have a very specific flavor usually.
Biscuit looks dry as shit. Yo, that dude can smack his lips to anything he eats.
No offense to. Diet ginger ale. No offense
Diet.
to
That's good.
no offense to Popeyes, but like oh.
Chick-fil-A's got better biscuits or what? Holy shit, he's gonna suffocate on that thing. He's just taking it to the next level. He can't get enough of it.
You know, it's still got that pickle brine. It's just got a little extra kick in the
Pickle brine.
in the batter.
A biscuit? The fuck? Biscuit?
It's really good.
Pickle brine? I don't know what he's talking about. I never tasted that before in a biscuit. Pickle flavored biscuits.
You ever get a clog in your straw when you're drinking a shake? And you have to kind of blow into it.
I mean, I would try pickle flavored. I saw pickle flavored Doritos yesterday at the grocery store.
That bit of peach actually did taste kind of peachy.
Y'all seen those yet? Should I get them and do a live stream about them? Here's me eating pickle flavored Doritos. Everybody wants to watch that.
Null my senses to the peach flavor.
I could stick one in my ass, even like a pickle flavored Dorito suppository. Well, I have to do that for the OnlyFans, of course. If everybody's Ted, you got that one. Brody, you'll get it. So, I mean, the people that don't sign up won't get it, of course.
It's been a miserable couple of days at the hotel, too. A bunch of people got rained in, literally, like the floods kept.
You don't know that he'll die young. Maybe you'll die before him.
So, we ended up having way more people than we should have.
What?
Even for June.
They brine the chicken in pickle juice? They do? What? I haven't heard about that. Ay, ay, ay. What are you doing, kitty? I don't know what's worse, his meals or my whiskey. Which is worse? Oh, chunks came out.
Idiot who just lets their shake melt and become a, you know, like a thick milk drink. I think what works best about the spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit itself.
Oh, urban legend. I never heard it. Or pickle brine chicken.
Buttery, flaky, good counterpoint to the spice.
Interesting. Well, thanks for looking into it, Brody. I had no idea. Pickle brine. I would probably drink pickle brine if they carbonated it.
You won this one. Chick-fil-A. You did good.
Should we do that, y'all? Should we make that? Should that be our product? Carbonated pickle brine? Has anybody done that yet?
I can forgive that.
Here, I'll put that on the board. Carbonated pickle brine. It's an athletic drink to keep you from getting
Really
cramps.
shouldn't be posting this, but like, I don't know.
Meat flavored gum also.
Either call me a hypocrite or say I shouldn't be, or say like, oh, I shouldn't be worried about the woke moralist or whatever. Like, I am a woke moralist. I am the one who proselytizes.
So you could have the carbonated pickle brine with.
Or whatever you call it.
Oh, they made pickle soda already? Okay, never
I'll
mind.
have a good one. This is Royce Miller. I'm out.
Fuck. Well, have they made the meat flavored gum yet?
Okay. I got a dash cam too if you ever want to pull that footage. It's got front on it.
You don't have any weapons in the car or nothing like that, right?
I have a weapon on my right, but that's my concealed.
Okay. So you have it on you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm not making sure not to even reach for it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If you want, I can step out and you can start me if you want.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Just don't reach for your gun, okay?
No.
You mind if I take it off of you?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
On the right hand side.
I'm just gonna set it here for our safety, okay? All right.
And I want to sit back here?
Yeah, if you don't mind. You can just hang out there for a minute, okay? All right. Come here, Dust. I don't know if you noticed, but this dude's got all the blue line stuff on. Like he wants to be a cop. He's got a radio in the car.
Is he not? I thought maybe he was.
No, he's not a cop. He's from California. And he's got a pistol on him. I kind of want to check the car to see what kind of stuff he has as foot.
Do you see the video?
So supposedly he has no business getting involved in this car. Initially he acted like he had no idea what I was talking about. And then he said that it was, you know, I asked him if there was like a road rage incident, and he kind of played stupid initially, and then he's like, oh, you're talking about this car. Well, I followed him all the way from 725, you know, southbound on 75, or from Austin, and they were kind of going back and forth, and he supposedly hit his lights, his SUV, you know, like, dude, I mean, look at him, he's got,
sure, yeah.
It's like odd.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So, I guess he goes over to Walmart, and it continues over, like, near the Walmart parking lot or whatever. I haven't got, like, the full story yet.
Yeah.
And then it all kind of, like, you know, just goes away or whatever. Yeah. The dude goes another way, and he comes here. But he has no business coming down here. He lives in Middletown. He said he was going to Walmart. And I said, well, did you go inside Walmart? And he's like, well, no. His story just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I got you.
So, obviously, it's not a crime to have a pistol, but I'm curious to see, like, what the lights look like on the car. And he said he's got a dash camera. The car's not used at all for work or anything like that. It's just a personal vehicle.
Okay.
So, it's very, very shady.
All right. Let's see.
See if he'll give you consent.
Yeah, yeah. Then let's check that gun too to make sure it's
just the one weapon in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a problem with me checking the car real quick? Let's make sure.
No, go for it.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, do you have these lights put on?
These were. I'm an old security officer from California when I lived out there with one of our utility vehicles.
Okay.
So, and I've just had it ever since, and never took them off.
Okay.
They're red and amber, so they're not.
Okay.
Not red and blue or anything.
All right.
Oh.
I'm quick. You run out.
Dennis, do you mind? How do you kick these lights on?
Oh.
Yeah, you can show me.
you want to move that first?
It's unloaded.
Okay. So the lights I had were just the rears. Which is us.
Okay. Do these lights up here work?
Yes, but that's just an arrow stick.
Okay. Let me see this real quick. No lights on the front?
No. Actually, well, I got an amber clear, but no red and blue. I can turn those on to where you should.
Okay.
Fighting in the parking lot. Black Honda Civic, last seen
As you can tell,
on 73. White female, one black male with a child in the seat and back seat. We did.
And I never even turned the front ones on. It was just the rear as I was stopping to pull over.
Yeah, why does he have the radio? Press all the buttons. Make them all glow.
I'll be out with Black Dodge, Legacy BB, playing at the other ballpark.
Uh-oh, the back though. There's something going on back there?
I've got it on dash cams too, so.
John William Sam, 4061. I'll be in the lot of...
Does your siren work?
Yeah, you push. Just push the manual button.
Yeah.
It'll chirp.
You're clear on
but I never hit that.
17.
I want to deal with it.
We contacted Franklin already.
What the fuck does he have all that for though?
You know how odd this is, Dennis?
You want it?
45.
I mean, I've had this truck. I've lived in Ohio for 6 years now. Never had an issue with it. I see you guys all the time.
Right.
I'm not stupid enough to try to do your job.
It's not that you're... Dennis, the problem is this, okay? And it's not necessarily a problem, but you have to understand where we're coming from, okay? All right. If I'm being fully transparent with you, all right, it's extremely odd that when I come up here and I ask you about the car, all right, you were delayed in your response. You're like, oh, you're talking about the minivan? Yes. The car that you have had issues with for the last 2 or 3 miles when you guys were going south on 75.
Well, no, that was because I was...
How much longer? Oh, he gets arrested?
Part of the Miami. Okay. So, what... What's up, bud? Alright. So, all this happened obviously in Franklin, correct?
No, Miamisburg, on the highway coming this way. Yep.
What? He tried to pull somebody over?
Where did it all start?
So I pulled out of I work at Aaron's and I ran up there to pick something up.
Okay.
So I went out to get on the highway and he about rear-ended us. He was looking at me in the mirror and I went like that, like, hey, back up, dude, you're too close.
Okay.
And then he tried to hit us 2 or 3 different times on the highway. He kicked all of his lights on, swerved over to get behind us again, and then followed us all the way here.
So these lights, like what are on right now?
Yep. He had
there
every
any
damn
blue?
one of them.
Did you see any
No, I
blue
did not
lights?
see any blue.
Any red?
Orange?
It was like red and green or like a yellowish color.
You want to take a look and see if this is what you saw?
Yeah, he had them on right there. But then he had the ones on the back on.
Okay, so he was almost trying to make a traffic stop on you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna stop because I know better. That's not no fucking cop car.
Right.
So,
Okay.
is he a cop?
No.
So he shouldn't have any of this shit.
No. Yeah.
He's allowed to have it.
Contact
What
Miamisburg.
do you mean
This
no?
all originated in Miamisburg.
Yep.
You have a pistol on you that you're not allowed to have.
Why not?
You're trying to stop him by turning your lights on and so on and so forth.
I never attempted to stop him at all.
You can't turn your lights on behind him with everything that you have going on in
Why
the car.
not?
I never had the front lights
You're
on.
not an emergency vehicle whatsoever. Okay? You have been down this road before.
Why does having the lights on? No, is that illegal? You're not allowed to flash people lights at people? Tell that to Antifa. The fuck is that shit? Antifa does it all day. They get away with it, but not the white guy. Not that guy. You can't flash his lights. You have to be Antifa. What is this? Oh, that's right. Do 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 do. What are you doing, D-Live? Huh? Why are you making noises over there? Can't even look at it. I can't even look at you, D-Live. Why? What? Why can't I? Hey, thanks for the ice cream, dude. DJ, MC Dirty Work, MC Dirty Work. How you doing, man? Gotta get my incentives. Well, why are the incentives going down so low lately? I forgot D-Live was a thing. Appreciate you, dude. MC Dirty Work. How you been? Time is it? Oh shit, it's time for me to assignment his medicine. It's heart medicine time. Oh shit, she just fell out of the window. What the hell? What? What's wrong? Here. What are you meowing for after falling? What the heck? Hey. Oh shit, I left the food out there. Oh my god, I gotta go pick up that dry food too. Okay guys, it's time for me to leave now. I gotta go. It's time for me to leave the stream. I gotta pick up the food. I gotta brush my teeth. I gotta give Simon his medicine. Then I gotta go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. MC Dirty Work, thanks for your last minute ice creams. Everybody else, thanks for hanging out. Just T, Moments in Time over there on Twitch. Brody, Ted, over on YouTube. Mark Hopper, thanks man. Everybody else might be lurking. Thanks for hanging out. Later, Mark. Gotta go, y'all. Good night, Sister T. Bye, Ted. Can't believe I didn't pick that food up yet. It's dark out there now, too. Shit, it's probably already been eaten. I gotta get for the raccoons, get it though. Or the skunks. I want to incentivize the skunks or possum or any of that shit. Good night, Brody. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for hanging.